For the past few weeks, we've been diving deep into the brilliant world of detectives, tracking clues, solving crimes, and walking beside legends like Sherlock Holmes. But today, we're heading in a whole new direction. A new kind of story awaits. One filled with crashing waves, whispering maps, and dangerous men with secrets buried beneath the sand. This is Treasure Island. Originally written by Robert Louis Stevenson in the late 19th century, this timeless tale has thrilled generations with its daring pirates, hidden gold, and one unforgettable journey of a young boy named Jim Hawkins. Stevenson, a Scottish novelist and poet, was known for his vivid imagination and powerful storytelling. Despite battling lifelong illness, he created works that outlived him, stories that still spark wonder, even after more than a century. So grab your compass and hold on tight, because our adventure begins now. At the request of Squire Trelawney, Dr. Livesey, and the rest of those fine gentlemen, I've decided to write down the entire account of what happened. Every twist, every danger, every unforgettable moment of our quest for Treasure Island. I've left nothing out except one thing: the island's exact location. That secret I'll keep, because not all the treasure was ever recovered. It all started back in the year 17, while my father still ran the Admiral Benbow Inn. I can see it clearly even now. The day a weathered old sailor arrived at our door, dragging a heavy sea chest behind him on a hand barrow. He was a large, broad man with leathery, sun-baked skin. His blue coat was stiff and salty from the sea. A greasy pigtail hung behind his neck, and his cracked hands were stained black from years of hard sailing. But what stood out most was the pale, ghastly scar that ran across one side of his face. He glanced around the bay and began to whistle, then suddenly burst into a gruff old sea song, one I'd hear over and over in the months to come. His voice was broken and harsh, worn down like the wooden deck of a ship. He knocked at our door with a heavy stick, like he was rapping on a ship's bulkhead. When my father answered, the man barked for a glass of rum. As he sipped it, slowly and with deep satisfaction, his eyes scanned the cliffs and the swinging sign of our little inn. After a moment, he seemed pleased with what he saw. Then he said something I'll never forget. He told my father that our inn was in a good spot, asking if we had much company. When my father answered that we didn't, the old sailor nodded like he'd made up his mind. He shouted to the man pulling the barrow, ordering him to haul the chest inside, saying he'd be staying for a while. He claimed to be a plain sort of man, asking for nothing more than bacon, eggs, and rum, and the view from the cliff top to watch ships sail by. Then he dropped some gold coins on our doorstep and said we could let him know when it was all spent. Despite the way he dressed and talked, he had the commanding air of someone used to being obeyed. The man with the barrow told us the sailor had been dropped off that very morning by the mail coach. He'd asked for a quiet and along the coast, and someone had pointed him our way. That was all anyone knew. He didn't talk much. He spent most of his days wandering along the cliffs with a brass telescope in hand. At night, he'd sit alone near the fireplace in our parlor, sipping his strong rum and water. If anyone spoke to him, he'd glare, snort through his nose like a bull, and leave folks feeling uneasy. Eventually, even the boldest locals stopped trying to make conversation. Each evening, after his walk, he'd ask whether any seafaring men had passed by. At first, we thought he missed the company of sailors, but slowly, we realized he wasn't looking for them. He was hiding from them whenever a sailor wandered into the inn, and that did happen from time to time. The old man would peep at them through a crack in the curtain before deciding whether to come into the room. If he did, he'd sit silently, tense as a coiled rope. But I had no doubt what was really going on, because one day, he confided in me. He offered me a silver 4-penny coin each month, just to keep an eye out for one man in particular, a sailor with one leg. If ever I saw someone like that, I was to alert him at once. When I asked for my pay at the end of the first month, he'd sometimes just snort and glare, but he always gave me the coin within a few days. Every time, he reminded me in the same exact words to stay on the lookout for the one-legged man. That image haunted my sleep. On stormy nights, when wind howled through the cove and waves crashed against the rocks, I'd see him in 100 terrifying shapes, sometimes missing a leg at the hip, other times just at the knee, and once in my most dreadful dream, as a hideous creature with one giant leg springing from the center of his body. He chased me through fields and forests, leaping like a beast. I truly earned that 4-penny coin through those nightmares alone. Still, I wasn't as frightened of the captain as others were. On some nights, after too much rum, he'd quietly hum his old sailor tunes. But other nights, he'd slam his hand down on the table, demanding we all join him in song. People sang out of fear more than joy, raising their voices to keep from being singled out. I still remember that chorus echoing through the inn, shouted more in dread than delight. He was terrifying in those moods. He'd lash out with curses if he thought you weren't paying attention, or worse, if you dared ask a question. No one left the room until he'd drunk himself in his silence and stumbled off to bed. But what truly scared people were his stories. He spoke of shipwrecks, mutiny, hangings, cursed islands, and bloody duels, with such foul, vivid language that even the crimes seemed less shocking than the words he used. My father worried endlessly that our inn's reputation would suffer. But oddly enough, the old sailor seemed to bring us more business. People feared him, yes, but they were drawn in by the thrill. Some of the younger lads even admired him, calling him a real sea dog, and saying it was men like him who made England the master of the seas. But the truth was, he stayed far longer than he paid for. Week after week passed, and soon his gold ran out. My father couldn't bring himself to ask for more, especially when the old man would fix him with a cold glare and a thunderous snort. I watched my father walk away, hands wringing in frustration. I'm certain the stress helped bring on the illness that would later take his life. Through all those months, the captain never once changed his clothes, except to buy a pair of stockings from a peddler. His hat sagged on one side, and he didn't bother fixing it, not even in heavy wind. His coat was stitched together in patches, mended by his own hand. He wrote no letters, received none, and barely spoke to anyone unless rum was involved. And no one, not once, ever saw that sea chest opened. He was only truly challenged once, and that was near the end of his stay, when my poor father was already very ill. One day, Dr. Livesey came to see my father. After dinner, he went into the parlor to smoke his pipe while waiting for his horse. I followed him in, and the contrast was striking. The clean, calm doctor against the drunken, ragged sailor slumped at the table. Suddenly, the captain broke into song again, louder than ever, pounding the table as he sang the lines that had haunted me for weeks. At first, I used to think the dead man's chest meant that big sea chest upstairs. That thought mingled with my nightmares. But by now, the song was so familiar that no one paid it much mind, except the doctor. He looked up briefly, clearly irritated, then resumed speaking to old Taylor about rheumatism. Meanwhile, the captain grew louder, emboldened by his own voice, until he slammed his hand down hard on the table again, demanding silence. The room went quiet. Everyone except Dr. Livesey, who calmly continued his conversation, puffing on his pipe as though the old sailor didn't exist. The captain slammed the table once more and barked out a crude order, shouting across the room. But the doctor turned slowly and addressed him without raising his voice, asking if that command was meant for him. When the captain responded with a nasty curse, the doctor didn't flinch. He simply said that if the man kept drinking rum, the world would soon be rid of a filthy scoundrel. That made the captain explode. He stood up, flicked open his sailor's knife, and held it in his palm, ready to strike. But Dr. Livesey stayed perfectly calm. He turned slightly and, in a voice loud enough for all to hear, promised that if the knife wasn't put away immediately, the captain would be hanged at the next court session. A long silence followed. Then, like a defeated mutineer, the captain closed the knife, returned it to his coat, and sat back down grumbling. But the doctor wasn't finished. He told the captain plainly that now he knew someone like him was in the area. He'd be keeping watch day and night. As both a doctor and a magistrate, he warned that even one more outburst would see the man expelled and punished. Soon after, the doctor's horse arrived, and he rode away. That night, and for many nights to follow, the old sailor said not a single word. It wasn't long after that when the strange turn of events began. Events that eventually forced the captain out of our lives, though not without leaving behind a shadow that lingered. Winter had taken a firm grip over the land, biting cold, sharp frosts, and winds that cut through even the thickest layers. From the very start of that season, it was clear my father wouldn't last until spring. He grew weaker by the day, fading before our eyes. My mother and I were left to manage the inn on our own, and with so much to do, we barely had time to notice or care about our disagreeable guest anymore. I still remember one freezing morning in January. The whole cove shimmered with frost. The tide lapped gently at the stones, and the sunlight barely kissed the tops of the distant hills. The captain had risen earlier than usual. I watched as he strolled down the beach, his heavy cutlass swinging under that worn blue coat, brass telescope tucked beneath one arm, and his hat pushed carelessly back on his head. His breath left trails in the cold air, like little wisps of smoke. That last snort I heard from him made it clear. He was still fuming over Dr. Livesey. While my mother tended to my father upstairs, I began setting the breakfast table, expecting the captain to return any moment. That's when the parlor door creaked open, and in stepped a man I'd never seen before. He had a strange, pale look about him, like melted wax, and two of the fingers on his left hand were missing. Although he carried a cutlass, he didn't strike me as a fighting man. There was something vaguely nautical about him, but not in the usual way. I couldn't quite place him. He wasn't like the typical sailor types I'd gotten used to spotting. When I asked what brought him in, he asked for rum, but instead of waiting, he perched himself on the table and gestured for me to come closer. Something about his tone made me pause mid-step, napkin still in hand. He asked, in a sly sort of way, if the table was set for someone named Bill, someone he referred to as a mate of his. I explained that we didn't know anyone by that name, but we did have a man staying with us whom we all called the captain. The man hinted that his Bill might be known by that title too, and described someone who matched our guest, right down to a scar and a drunken charm. It was unsettling how accurate he was. Then he asked if this so-called Bill was around. I told him the captain had gone out for a walk along the beach. He asked which direction and when he'd likely return, so I pointed out toward the large rock by the shore and told him what I knew. He gave me a look, something between a grin and a sneer, and muttered something about how the news would be a treat for his old friend. I didn't like the way he said it. It made my stomach twist, but I try not to dwell on it. He loitered just inside the doorway, like a predator waiting in ambush. When I tried to slip out for a moment, he barked at me to stay put. The sudden change in his voice startled me. His whole face shifted into something cruel. But just as quickly, he softened, gave me a friendly pat on the shoulder, and started talking about how much I reminded him of his son. It was as if he wanted to charm me after scaring me half to death. Then, oddly enough, he launched into a lecture about discipline, how I'd know better if I'd ever sailed with Bill. He made it clear that Bill ran a tight ship and expected obedience the first time. Just then, I spotted the captain returning from his walk, his spyglass under one arm. The stranger, trying to act casual, nudged me to go with him into the parlor. He pulled me behind the door and kept me tucked into a corner, hidden. I was terrified, and he seemed just as uneasy, fiddling with the hilt of his cutlass and swallowing hard, like a man facing something grim. The captain burst in, not noticing us at first, and stomped straight to the breakfast table. That's when the stranger made himself known, speaking in a tone that sounded far too familiar. The captain spun around. His face went white, as if he'd seen something from the grave. I suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for him. The stranger called him by a name, Bill, and reminded him that they'd once sailed together. That name alone seemed to knock the wind out of the captain. Then he revealed who he was, a man known as Black Dog. Black Dog seemed oddly cheerful about seeing him again, raising his deformed hand and talking about old days. The captain, trying to gather himself, asked why he'd come back now. Black Dog acted friendly, asked me for a glass of rum, and said they should sit down and talk things over like old mates. When I returned with a drink, they were seated, Black Dog near the door, clearly keeping an escape route in sight. He asked me to leave the door open, insisting they had nothing to hide. So I left and moved into the adjoining bar, but I strained to listen. At first, all I could catch was a low rumble of voices. But then the captain's voice started to rise, sharper, angrier, full of fury. Some phrases cut through loud and clear. He was adamant, refusing something with fierce defiance. Then came a chilling line about how if one of them were to hang, they'd all hang together. Suddenly, chaos erupted. I heard a crash, a scream, the clash of metal. I ran back just in time to see Black Dog fleeing, blood streaming from his shoulder, with the captain chasing him down, both wielding cutlasses. The captain swung hard with one final blow, but missed. The blade slammed into the Admiral Benbow signboard above the door, leaving a deep gash that stayed there for years after. That was the end of it. Though wounded, Black Dog moved fast and vanished over the hill in seconds. The captain, breathing heavily, stood staring blankly at the signboard like he didn't even know where he was. Slowly, he rubbed his eyes and shuffled back inside. He demanded rum again, but he was swaying dangerously, barely able to keep his balance. I asked if he was hurt, but he ignored me and insisted on the drink. I rushed to get it, but in my panic, I fumbled, spilled some, and broke a glass. Then came a heavy crash from the parlor. I ran in to find the captain sprawled on the floor, unconscious. My mother, alarmed by the noise, came rushing down. We lifted his head. His face was an awful color, his breathing shallow and loud. My mother was horrified. With my father so sick upstairs, the sight of the captain collapsed in our parlor felt like a terrible omen. She called it a disgrace, and we had no idea what to do next. I thought maybe he'd been wounded in the fight, but when we tried to help him, his jaw was locked tight as iron. Just then, Dr. Livesey arrived. He had come to check on my father, and we begged him to look at the captain too. He quickly dismissed the idea of a wound. The man hadn't been injured in the brawl at all. He had suffered a stroke, just like the doctor had warned might happen. He asked my mother to tend to my father and led me to fetch a basin. When I returned, he'd already rolled up the captain's sleeve. His arm was strong and tattooed with all sorts of phrases, wishes for good luck, signs of the sea, and even a rather well-drawn gallows, complete with a hanging man. The doctor said it was a fitting image. Then he asked if I was squeamish. I told him no, so he handed me the basin and opened a vein. A good amount of blood flowed before the captain stirred. His eyes fluttered open, and he seemed to recognize me, showing a faint flicker of relief. But then his expression hardened again. He tried to rise, asking about Black Dog. The doctor calmly explained there was no one named Black Dog here, except perhaps the one metaphorically riding on his back. He reminded him, in clear terms, that this was no one's fault but his own. The rum had done its work. The stroke was exactly what had been warned about, and the captain had barely escaped with his life. He told them plainly that he didn't care what name the man went by. He would simply call him Mr. Bones. But if he didn't give up the drink, it would kill him. With my help, the doctor got him upstairs and into bed. He lay there limp, barely conscious. Before leaving, the doctor looked him straight in the eye and warned him once again, rum would be the death of him. Then he took me aside. He said this was only the beginning. Another stroke would surely end it all. And as I stood there listening, I realized this was the beginning of something far bigger than any of us could have imagined. Around midday, I stopped by the captain's room with some cooling drinks and a bit of medicine. He was nearly in the same state we had left him earlier, propped a little higher, but visibly weak and strangely agitated. As I stepped inside, he turned his tired eyes toward me. He looked desperate and started reminding me how kind he'd always been, often giving me a silver coin now and then. It was clear he felt abandoned by everyone and wanted me to sneak him some rum, despite the doctor's orders. When I hesitated and mentioned the doctor, his mood quickly shifted. Even in his frailty, he began to curse him bitterly. He ranted about his past, surviving fever-ridden places and wild lands where he claimed only rum had kept him alive. That, he said, had been his lifeline. Without it now, he feared he'd spiral into terrifying visions. He even claimed to see old Flint lurking in the corner, like a ghost from his past. He begged me, nearly shaking, saying he hadn't had a drop all day and offered me gold just for a small glass. His increasing agitation was beginning to worry me, especially since my father was critically ill and needed rest. I remembered what the doctor had said and decided to stand my ground. I told him plainly, I didn't want his gold, just what he owed my father, and I agreed to bring him a single glass, nothing more. When I returned, he snatched it up and drank eagerly, as if it were a cure for all his troubles. Then he started asking how long the doctor expected him to stay put. I answered, a week at the very least. That seemed to shake him. He muttered about how his enemies would surely catch wind of him if he stayed that long. There was fear in his voice. He spoke of betrayal, of old crewmates who once lost everything and now sought to reclaim what wasn't theirs. He insisted he'd find a way to outwit them again, boasting he had always saved his treasure and never wasted a coin. He tried to get up from bed then, gripping my shoulder so hard I nearly cried out. His strength was gone, though his words still carried a spark of fight. As he managed to sit on the edge of the bed, he whispered that the doctor had defeated him. His head was spinning. I helped him lie back down. After a pause, he brought up the man I'd seen earlier that day, a seafaring man, Black Dog. The captain seemed deeply troubled by his visit and warned me that there were worse ones still. He said if he couldn't escape and they came for him with something he called the black spot, then I should go straight to the doctor, no matter what. He told me to alert him and any local officials, because the ones coming were all part of Flint's old crew, and he alone knew the treasure's location. He claimed Flint had confided it to him on his deathbed in Savannah, but he warned me never to reveal any of this unless the black spot appeared, or if I saw Black Dog again, or worse, a one-legged sailor. That man, he said, was the most dangerous of all. When I asked what exactly the black spot was, he said it was a summons, something dreadful. He promised that if it came to that, and I helped him, he'd share everything with me equally. His voice weakened after that. I gave him more of the medicine, which he took quietly like a child. He even mumbled that no one ever needed drugs more than he did. Soon after, he drifted into a heavy, almost lifeless sleep. I truly didn't know what I would have done if things had gone like that. Maybe I would have confessed it all to the doctor. I was scared he'd regret telling me so much and might turn on me. But that same evening, everything changed. My dear father passed away suddenly. That loss pushed all other thoughts aside. Between neighbors visiting, arranging the funeral, and running the inn, I barely had time to think of the captain, let alone fear him. Strangely, the very next morning, he was up again. He moved about as usual, though he barely ate and drank too much rum, helping himself from the bar. No one dared stop him. That night before the funeral, he was as drunk as ever, his old sea songs echoing through the mourning house. We feared what he might do, especially since the doctor was called away and never returned after my father's death. He seemed weaker by the day, but still dragged himself between the parlor and the bar, sometimes stepping outside to smell the sea air. He leaned heavily against walls, gasping like a man climbing a steep hill. He rarely spoke to me anymore and acted as though he'd forgotten all he'd shared. Yet, his temper had become more unstable. He would sit at the table, drawing his cutlass and laying it before him, a silent threat. One day, to our surprise, he began humming a sweet old tune, a love song, soft and distant, perhaps from his youth before he became a pirate. It felt oddly out of place in such a dangerous man. Then came the day after the funeral, a cold, bitter afternoon. I stood outside, lost in thoughts of my father, when I noticed a strange figure approaching. He was blind, I could tell, tapping a stick ahead of him, his eyes covered with a green shade. He wore a massive, rag-sea cloak with a hood and moved like someone broken with age. I had never seen anyone so unsettling. He stopped near the inn and began speaking in a sing-song voice, asking for help. A poor blind man, he said, who lost his sight serving his country. I replied politely, telling him where he was. He claimed to hear a young voice and asked me to take his hand and lead him inside. I did, hesitantly. His grip was strong, shockingly strong. He pulled me close and told me to take him to the captain. When I refused, he twisted my arm painfully and threatened to break it if I didn't obey. He ordered me to lead him straight in, and when we reached the room, I was to call out a message. I was so frightened I forgot all fear of the captain. I opened the door and, trembling, did exactly as the blind man had commanded. The moment the captain saw him, everything changed. All the rum seemed to drain from his body. His face turned pale, not with fear, but with a kind of dreadful recognition. He tried to stand but failed. The blind man told him not to move, instructing me to take the captain's left hand. I did so, and the blind man passed something into his palm, a small, dark item, and just like that, the blind man vanished. I stood frozen, listening to the fading sound of his stick tapping away down the road. It took a few minutes before either of us moved. I let go of the captain's wrist as he looked down at his palm and cried out, realizing what he'd been given. He leapt to his feet, declaring there was still time, but his body gave out instantly. He clutched his throat, staggered, and fell, face first to the ground. I ran to him, calling for my mother, but it was too late. He had died on the spot, struck down by apoplexy. Strangely, though I had never liked him, I burst into tears. It was the second death I had experienced in so short a time, and my heart had no room left for grief. Naturally, I wasted no time telling my mother everything I had learned, truths I perhaps should have shared earlier. Once we pieced it all together, the danger we faced became painfully clear. The man who had died in our inn, whatever money he had, was partly owed to us. But it wasn't likely that his old shipmates, especially the likes of Black Dog and that horrifying blind man, would be willing to pay the captain's debts out of their loot. He'd ordered me to ride straight away for Dr. Livesey, but that would have left my mother alone, and I couldn't do that. The house itself had become a source of terror. Every tiny sound, from coals shifting in the hearth to the ticking of the clock, made us jump. It felt like someone, or something, was closing in. Between the captain's lifeless body on the parlor floor and the constant fear of that blind man returning, I could barely breathe without flinching. We couldn't stay. That much was certain. So we decided to leave together to go seek help in the nearby hamlet. Without even stopping to put on hats, we ran into the cold evening, the fog thick and biting. The hamlet wasn't far, though hidden from view beyond the next cove. What comforted me was that it lay in the opposite direction from where the blind man had appeared. Still, we clutched each other tightly whenever we thought we heard a sound. But there was nothing, only the faint lapping of the tide and the low croak of woodland creatures. When we reached the village, the warm yellow light glowing from homes lifted my spirits. But that hope quickly faded. You'd think people would have more courage, but not a single soul agreed to return with us to the Admiral Benbow. The more we told them, the more they shrank back into their homes. It turned out that the name Captain Flint, which meant nothing to me, struck dread into some of them. A few recalled seeing strangers on the roads near the inn, assumed they were smugglers, and ran off. One even claimed to have seen a small vessel in Kit's Hole. Just knowing someone had once sailed with that captain was enough to terrify them. In the end, while several agreed to ride for Dr. Livesey, none would lift a finger to help us defend the inn. They say fear is contagious, and maybe that's true, but my mother was not one to back down easily. After everyone had spoken their piece, she stood and made a firm declaration. She wouldn't let her fatherless son lose what rightfully belonged to him. If no one else would help, we would go ourselves. She demanded a bag to carry back what was owed, and that was that. Of course, I stood with her. The villagers called us foolish, but still, none of them followed. They gave me a loaded pistol and promised horses would be ready if we had to flee. One young man was sent ahead to find the doctor and bring help. As we set off again into the icy night, my heart pounded in my chest. The moon had begun to rise, large and red, peeking through the fog. We moved fast and quiet along the hedgerows, praying not to be seen. And at last, with no sign of danger behind us, we slipped inside and bolted the inn door shut. There we stood in darkness, breathless, alone with the captain's corpse. My mother lit a candle, and we clung to each other as we stepped into the parlor. His body remained as we had left it, eyes open, one arm stretched outward. She asked me to draw the blind, fearing we might be watched. Then came the question of the key. Who would touch the body to find it? Despite my fear, I knelt beside him. Near his outstretched hand was a small circle of paper, blackened on one side. I had no doubt. This was the black spot. On the back, neatly written, was a chilling message. You have till 10 tonight. I read the words aloud, and just then the old clock struck. The sound was jarring in the stillness, but brought good news. It was only 6. My mother urged me to find the key. I searched every pocket, only to turn up odds and ends. A few coins, some sewing needles, tobacco, a compass, and a flint box. No key. She guessed it might be around his neck. Fighting my disgust, I opened his shirt, and, sure enough, there it was, hanging by a tar-stained string. I cut it loose, and together we rushed upstairs to the captain's room. His sea chest sat waiting, just a worn, rugged box marked with a B. My mother took the key, struggled with the lock, and flung the lid open. A pungent wave of tobacco and tar hit us first. At the top lay a pristine set of clothes, never worn. Beneath them were scattered items, tools, trinkets, 2 fine pistols, foreign coins, a strange watch, and shells from the West Indies. Odd things for a man like him to carry. Still, nothing truly valuable, until we lifted a salt-stained cloak and found a bundle wrapped in oilskin and a canvas bag that jingled unmistakably with gold. My mother, ever honest, insisted on taking only what was owed. She counted carefully, transferring coins into another bag. It wasn't easy. The mix of currencies was confusing, but she focused on the guineas she knew. We were halfway through when I froze, placing my hand on her arm. In the frosty silence, I heard it, the tap of that awful blind man's stick on the road. Closer and closer it came, until it struck the inn's door. We heard the handle twist, the bolt rattle, but it held. Then came silence, and at last, the tapping resumed, fading slowly into the distance. I urged my mother to take it all and go, but she refused. She'd take only what was right. She reminded me it was still early, only just past 6, and we could finish. She was still arguing when we heard a faint whistle far off in the hills. That was enough. She snatched up what she had, and I grabbed the oilskin bundle. We left the candle by the open chest and hurried downstairs. Outside, the moon was shining bright now, except for a lingering veil of fog near the inn. Beyond that, we'd be fully exposed. Then we heard them, footsteps, many of them. One carried a lantern, swinging wildly. My mother stopped suddenly. She told me to take the money and run. She was on a faint. I thought we were doomed. I cursed the cowardice of the villagers and my mother's honesty. But just then, we reached the little bridge. I helped her to the side of the bank, and she collapsed into my arms. Somehow, with strength I didn't know I had, I dragged her under the bridge's low arch. It wasn't much cover. She was still exposed, but it was all we had, just yards from the inn, with danger closing in. My curiosity, as strange as it sounds, ended up being stronger than my fear. I just couldn't stay hidden. I crept back to the edge of the bank, carefully positioning myself behind a bush of broom where I could just barely see the road in front of the Admiral Benbow. I had only just settled in when they came, 7 or 8 men, running hard, their footsteps pounding out of sync against the road. One of them carried a lantern, leading the way. Among them, I noticed 3 running hand in hand, and even through the mist, I could make out the middle figure. It was the blind beggar. I was sure of it. His voice confirmed it right away. The group charged at the end like wild animals. Their pace faltered for a second, likely surprised to find the door already open, but that didn't stop them for long. The blind man, clearly furious, barked out his orders again. He was a man driven by rage and desperation. Some of them immediately stormed inside, while others stayed out on the road with him. There was a sudden shout from inside the inn, a cry of shock that cut through the night. And then the truth burst out. The captain was dead, but even that didn't slow them down. The blind man was relentless. He commanded them to search the captain and then to go upstairs and find the chest. I could hear the thunder of their boots on the wooden stairs, so loud it felt like the house itself might come crashing down. Then more noises, shouts of confusion, the window upstairs slamming open, and glass shattering onto the ground. Someone leaned out, calling down that someone had already been there. The chest had been emptied. The blind man's fury only grew. He didn't care about the money. He wanted Flint's map, but it wasn't on the body either. They were too late. That's when he suspected us, my mother and me. He cursed us bitterly, blaming us for the missing papers, and ordered his men to scatter and search every inch of the place. His stick pounded the road in frustration as he shouted at them to tear the inn apart. And they did. The destruction inside was terrifying. Furniture crashed over. Doors were smashed open. Footsteps pounded and echoed like thunder. Still, they didn't find us. That's when a familiar sound pierced the chaos. A whistle, faint but clear, just like the one we had heard before, only this time it came twice. I had thought it was the blind man signaling, but now it was obvious. It was coming from the hillside near the hamlet, and it wasn't a call to attack. It was a warning. The pirates reacted instantly. Fear rippled through them. Someone mentioned Dirk, the same name we heard before. It was clear they had to flee, but Pew wouldn't have it. He screamed at them, cursed their cowardice, and even struck them with his cane. His desperation was painful to watch. He spoke of riches, how close they were to treasure beyond imagination, and how he, a blind man, had dared more than any of them. But his men were already shaken. Their greed couldn't compete with the fear that had gripped them. They argued with him, told him they had at least taken the money. But Pew, consumed with fury, lashed out at them, blindly swinging his stick, hitting more than one of them. That moment of chaos, his rage turning against his own, saved us, because just then, from the top of the hill, came the sound of galloping horses. A pistol fired from the roadside, and in a flash, everything changed. The pirates bolted in every direction, toward the sea, over the hill, vanishing like shadows. All except Pew. Whether they left him behind by mistake or out of anger, I'll never know. But there he was, staggering in the road, calling for his men by name, pleading not to be abandoned. And then it was too late. The riders swept into view under the moonlight. Pew, confused and frightened, made a run for it, straight into the ditch. He got back up, only to stumble again, right into the path of one of the galloping horses. The rider tried to pull away, but there was no time. The hooves trampled him where he stood. The blow threw him to the ground, and when he fell this time, he didn't move again. I jumped to my feet and called out. The riders slowed and gathered, horrified by what had happened. One of them, a young lad from the hamlet, had gone to Dr. Livesey's. On the way, he had met some revenue officers, and with quick thinking, brought them back with him. It turned out there had already been whispers of a smuggler's ship at Kidd's Hole, and Supervisor Dance had set out in our direction that very night. That was what saved us. Pew was dead. Absolutely dead. As for my mother, once we got her back to the hamlet, a little cold water and some smelling salts brought her around quickly. She wasn't hurt, only deeply shaken and still worried about the missing money. While she recovered, Mr. Dance wasted no time. He rode hard to Kidd's Hole, hoping to intercept the smugglers. But the terrain was rough, and his men had to dismount and guide their horses through the narrow path, always on edge, afraid of an ambush. When they finally reached the shore, the lugger was already pulling away from land. Someone aboard shouted a threat, warning them not to come into the moonlight unless they wanted to be shot. A bullet whizzed by as if to prove the point. Then the ship slipped around the headland and disappeared. There was nothing more to be done. Mr. Dance later admitted he felt helpless. He'd missed the capture but was glad he'd dealt with Pew. He listened carefully as I told him my side of the story. When we got back to the Admiral Benbow, the place was unrecognizable. Everything had been overturned, smashed, torn apart. The clock was on the floor, the till emptied. They hadn't taken much, just the captain's money bag and a bit of silver, but the damage was done. The inn was in ruins. Mr. Dance seemed puzzled. He asked what more the pirates could have wanted, since they'd already gotten the money. And that's when I told him, quietly, that I believed I had the thing they'd really come for. I reached into my pocket, wanting to keep it safe. He offered to take it himself, but I hesitated. I thought of Dr. Livesey. I trusted him. Mr. Dance agreed at once, said the doctor was a good man, a magistrate, and then, realizing the situation, he decided he'd go himself and report everything to the doctor, or perhaps even to the squire. He was dead, after all, and though Mr. Dance didn't feel any guilt about it, he knew there'd be questions. He offered to take me with him, and I accepted, grateful for his kindness. We returned to the hamlet where the horses were ready. After telling my mother what I was about to do, I climbed up behind a rider named Dogger. Then, with Mr. Dance leading the way, we rode off at a strong trot toward Dr. Livesey's house, carrying with us the thing the pirates had been willing to kill for. We rode as fast as the horses would carry us, until we finally reached Dr. Livesey's house. It was quiet and dark from the outside, no light in the front windows. Mr. Dance asked me to hop down and knock at the door, and Dogger helped me down with his stirrup. Almost right away, the maid answered, but the doctor wasn't in. She told us he had come home earlier, but had gone up to the hall for dinner and to spend the evening with the squire. That meant our journey wasn't over yet. Since it wasn't far, I didn't get back on the horse. I ran alongside Dogger's stirrup all the way to the lodge gates, through the long moonlit avenue lined with leafless trees. The hall stood ahead, silent and dignified, surrounded by ancient gardens. Mr. Dance dismounted there, and I followed him in. A servant welcomed us, without question, and led us through a long passage carpeted in mats, bringing us into a grand library. It was unlike any room I'd ever been in. Walls lined with tall bookcases, busts resting atop them, and a fire glowing brightly in the hearth. There sat Dr. Livesey and the squire, both smoking their pipes. I had never seen the squire this close before. He was a tall, broad-shouldered man, with a rough and weathered face, clearly shaped by years of travel. His black eyebrows were thick and expressive, and his whole appearance gave off a sense of quick temper, though not a cruel one. They welcomed us warmly, and Mr. Dance began recounting the entire story, stiff, formal, as if reciting a report. But the moment he started, both the doctor and the squire leaned forward, their eyes wide, their pipes forgotten in their hands. As they heard how my mother had bravely returned to the inn, Dr. Livesey slapped his thigh in approval, and the squire was so overcome he broke his pipe against the fireplace. Before the story had even ended, Mr. Trelawney, that was the squire's name, was pacing the room, and the doctor, in his excitement, took off his wig and sat there with his natural close-cropped black hair exposed. When Mr. Dance finished, the squire praised him like a hero. He called him noble for running down the pirate, and even compared it to crushing a cockroach. Then he turned to me and declared I was a trump, a good lad, and asked me to ring the bell so that Mr. Dance could be served some ale. Dr. Livesey turned to me then and asked if I had the object the pirates had been after. I handed him the oilskin wrap packet. He examined it closely, clearly curious, though instead of opening it right away, he tucked it carefully into his coat pocket. The doctor then made a plan. Mr. Dance would soon return to his duty, but I would stay the night at his house. He proposed that I should be given some supper, at least some cold pie, and the squire agreed, saying I deserved better. And so a large pigeon pie was brought in, and I ate hungrily while Mr. Dance was further thanked and then dismissed. Then came the moment we had all been waiting for. The doctor and the squire turned to one another, eager and intense. Dr. Livesey tried to calm the squire, who was almost shouting with excitement. They began discussing Flint, the legendary pirate. The squire had seen his sails off the coast of Trinidad and described him as more fearsome than Blackbeard himself. Even Dr. Livesey, more reserved, had heard of him back in England. But now the question was whether Flint had actually left behind any treasure. The squire was certain of it. To him, the paper I had just handed over held the secret to unimaginable riches. He was already making plans. If the clue was genuine, he would outfit a ship in Bristol, gather a crew, and search the seas for the hidden fortune. I would be cabin boy, the doctor would be the ship's doctor, and the squire himself would serve as admiral. Dr. Livesey agreed to the plan, cautiously, and added that there was only one man he feared in this whole affair, the squire himself. He reminded us that we weren't the only ones who knew of the oilskin packet. The men who had attacked the inn, the others on the ship offshore, they all were part of this same pursuit. From now until we were safely at sea, none of us could be left alone. He insisted that secrecy was everything. The squire, unusually serious, gave his word to stay silent. Then the doctor laid the packet on the table. I watched with growing excitement as he pulled out his medical scissors and carefully cut through the stitching. Inside were two items, a worn book and a sealed paper. We began with the book. The first few pages were scribbled with odd notes and idle doodles. One of them was a phrase I recognized from the captain's tattoo. Billy bones his fancy. Others said things like, no more rum, and off Palm Key he got it. I wondered what it was, and who exactly had gotten it. Likely a knife in the back. Dr. Livesey turned the pages. The next dozen or so were filled with dates and numbers, lines that looked like entries in an account book. Some pages included coordinates or names of locations, but instead of descriptions, there were just strange marks, crosses and slashes. Over 20 years of records ended with a final note, Bones his pile. The squire quickly interpreted it all. He believed the marks represented ships looted and towns plundered, each entry a record of stolen wealth. As Bones rose in rank, so too did the sums listed. The doctor agreed. After that, we turned to the sealed paper. The doctor broke the old wax seals with care. Inside was a map of an island, detailed and precise, with every feature labeled. Hills, bays, harbors, and a central peak called the Spyglass. But what caught our eyes most were 3 red crosses, 2 to the north and 1 to the southwest. Beside the 3rd cross were the chilling words, bulk of treasure here. On the back were directions, brief but clear. Tall tree, spyglass shoulder, bearing N of Nene. Skeleton Island ESE and by E. 10 feet. There were more cryptic notes too, references to silver, weapons, and a cache beneath a black rag. To me, most of it was beyond understanding. But to the doctor and the squire, it was everything they had hoped for. The squire stood and declared that he would leave for Bristol at once. He would find a ship, hire a crew, and prepare for the voyage of a lifetime. He was bursting with enthusiasm, already assigning roles. Dr. Livesey, myself, even some trusted men like Redruth, Joyce, and Hunter. Dr. Livesey agreed to the plan, but reminded the squire once again of the danger ahead. The men who had come for the map were not gone. They were still out there, and they would stop at nothing. We had to be cautious, quiet, and together. From that moment, we were bound by a secret far bigger than we could yet imagine. It took much longer than Squire Trelawney had anticipated before we were truly ready to set sail. None of our initial plans worked out as expected, not even Dr. Livesey's idea of keeping me close by his side. The doctor had to travel to London to arrange for someone else to oversee his medical practice, while the squire was completely absorbed in preparations in Bristol. Meanwhile, I remained at the hall under the watchful eye of old Redruth, the gamekeeper. I felt more like a prisoner than a guest, though my mind roamed freely with dreams of the sea and thrilling adventures ahead. I spent countless hours poring over the treasure map, memorizing every inch of it. Sitting beside the fire in the housekeeper's room, I would let my imagination transport me to that mysterious island. I approached it in my mind from every direction, explored every corner, and climbed again and again to the top of the hill marked Spyglass. From there, I would envision breathtaking views, always changing. Sometimes, I imagined wild savages attacking us, or fierce animals hunting us through the jungle. But even in my wildest fantasies, nothing could compare to the reality we would soon face. Weeks passed in this way until one day a letter arrived addressed to Dr. Livesey. It had a special note added, to be opened in his absence by Tom Redruth or young Hawkins. Since Redruth struggled with reading anything but printed letters, I read it aloud myself. And what news it brought. The squire wrote to say that the ship had been purchased and was fully equipped, anchored and ready to sail. She was a beautiful schooner named Hispaniola, weighing 200 tons, so simple to manage that even a child could steer her. The squire had acquired her through a friend named Blandley, who had gone above and beyond to help. According to the letter, as soon as people in Bristol heard whispers of a treasure expedition, everyone rallied to support the cause. What surprised me most was how openly the squire had been talking about the treasure. I knew Dr. Livesey wouldn't have approved of such loose lips. But, as Redruth grumbled beside me, the squire seemed to believe he had every right to speak on the doctor's behalf. The squire's letter continued with tales of how Blandley had found the ship and negotiated a bargain for her, though rumors had begun to spread in Bristol that Blandley was only interested in profit. Still, no one could deny the quality of the vessel itself. The only real challenge had been finding a crew. The squire wanted 20 solid men, just in case we face hostile natives, pirates, or even the French. But finding capable seamen proved nearly impossible until fate intervened. While walking the docks, the squire happened to strike up a conversation with an old sailor who had once owned a pub and knew every seafaring man in town. This sailor, Long John Silver, had lost a leg in service to his country and was looking for work as a ship's cook. Out of sympathy, the squire hired him on the spot, and to his surprise, Silver turned out to be more than just a cook. He quickly helped recruit an entire crew of tough, seasoned sailors. In fact, he even convinced the squire to dismiss a few of the original hires, calling them inexperienced and unreliable. Silver seemed to have an uncanny sense of judgment when it came to men. The squire described himself as being in the best of health, full of energy and impatience to set out to sea. The treasure was exciting, yes, but it was the sheer thrill of adventure that truly consumed him. He ended the letter with a request. I was to return home briefly to see my mother, accompanied by Redruth, and then head straight to Bristol. The final notes revealed even more. Blamley had arranged for a backup ship in case we didn't return by August, and had found a solid sailing master. Silver also introduced a capable mate named Arrow, and they'd even hired a proper bosun who could keep order like on a warship. As it turned out, Silver was not just a common sailor. He had a bank account in good standing and left behind a business and a wife, a woman of color, to run the inn. After reading that letter, I was overwhelmed with excitement. I could barely contain myself, though Redruth seemed grumpy and uninterested. I couldn't understand how he wasn't thrilled to be part of something so extraordinary. The next morning, we left for the Admiral Benbow Inn. My mother greeted me warmly, and it was clear she was doing well. The inn had been repaired, freshly painted, and furnished with new items, including a special armchair just for her. The squire had even arranged for a young apprentice to help her while I was away. Seeing that boy for the first time brought a sudden wave of emotion. Until then, I had only focused on the adventures ahead, never thinking about what I was leaving behind. But as I watched that awkward stranger take my place beside my mother, I felt my first sting of sorrow. I must admit, I treated him poorly. He was new and unskilled, and I seized every chance to correct him, perhaps too sharply. That night passed quickly, and by the next afternoon, Redruth and I were back on the road. I said goodbye to my mother, the cove where I had lived all my life, and the dear old Admiral Benbow. Though it was freshly painted and polished, it already felt less like home. One of my final thoughts was of the captain who had once paced that same beach, his hat cocked, his face marked with a saber scar, and his brass telescope always at the ready. Soon enough, we turned a corner, and the inn disappeared from view. That evening, the mail coach picked us up at the Royal George on the Heath. I sat wedged between Redruth and a stout gentleman, and despite the motion of the coach and the chill in the air, I must have fallen asleep almost immediately. I slept deeply through hill and valley, mile after mile, until a sudden jab in the ribs woke me. Daylight had already broken, and we were parked in front of a large building in the heart of the city. We had arrived in Bristol. The squire was staying at an inn near the docks, so he could oversee the finishing touches on the Hispaniola. As we walked through the busy port, I was captivated by the sights, the ships of every shape and size, the crews working aloft on masts like tightrope walkers, and the scent of salt and tar thick in the air. Though I had lived near the sea all my life, it felt like I was seeing it for the very first time. I saw sailors with earrings, braided beards, and thick sea-stained coats. Their swagger and style thrilled me more than any king or nobleman could have. And the thought that I was about to join them, to sail on a real schooner bound for a hidden island in search of buried treasure, filled me with joy. Lost in that dream, we suddenly found ourselves in front of a large inn, and there stood Squire Trelawney himself. He was dressed like a naval officer, complete with blue coat and a proud seaman's gait. He looked delighted, and informed me that Dr. Livesey had arrived the night before. The crew was now complete, and we would sail the very next day. After breakfast that morning, I had been sent by Squire Trelawney with a sealed letter to deliver to a man named John Silver. He owned a tavern known as the Spyglass, located in the bustling dock area. I had been told that I would recognize the place by its sign, a brass telescope hanging outside. I set off with a mix of excitement and curiosity, weaving through the noisy streets where sailors shouted, carts rumbled, and the smell of the sea filled the air. When I finally reached the Spyglass, I found it to be a surprisingly clean and pleasant place. It had been freshly painted, with neat curtains in the windows and clean sand spread across the floor. The doors at both ends stood open, letting sunlight pour in and cutting through the haze of pipe smoke that floated across the room. Most of the people inside were clearly seafaring men, rough, loud, and at ease in their surroundings. For a moment, I hesitated. Then, from a side room, a tall man stepped out. He was missing a leg, which had been replaced by a crutch, but he moved so skillfully and quickly that it hardly seemed to matter. He reminded me of a bird, hopping and shifting with ease. His face was large and pale, but pleasant, and there was a friendly look in his eyes. He laughed as he moved around the room, talking cheerfully to the customers. That had to be Long John Silver. Until that moment, I had been holding on to a silent fear. Ever since hearing the old tales from Billy Bones, the thought of a one-legged sailor had filled me with dread. But now, standing before this man, all of that melted away. He didn't seem anything like the villains I had imagined. He was clean, polite, and full of good humor. Nothing like Black Dog or the sinister blind beggar I had known back at the inn. I handed over the letter, and he welcomed me in with ease. His voice was warm, and his grip, as he shook my hand, was firm. For a moment, I found myself letting my guard down. But then, something unexpected happened. A man who had been sitting in a corner suddenly jumped up and dashed out the door. I caught a glimpse of his face and immediately recognized him. It was Black Dog, the very same man who had once confronted Billy Bones. I called out, pointing as he ran. Silver seemed just as surprised as I was and quickly ordered his men to chase after the stranger. They ran out in pursuit, but returned not long after, empty-handed. Silver seemed furious. He scolded one of the tavern's regulars for having spoken with the stranger, demanding to know what had been said. The man claimed to know nothing. Silver gave him a stern talking to, making a loud show of his frustration in front of everyone. But when he turned back to me, he seemed far calmer, almost amused. Still, I was watching him closely. Something about the way he had reacted felt rehearsed. His anger had seemed real, but too perfect. He ranted about how the man had gotten away, how he wished he had been there when it happened. And then, almost too suddenly, he burst into laughter, joking that the man hadn't even paid for his drinks. He laughed so hard he wiped tears from his eyes, and I couldn't help but laugh a little too, though uneasily. As we walked together along the quayside, heading toward the inn where the squire and the doctor were staying, Silver became incredibly engaging. He pointed out every ship in the harbor, told me where each had come from, and explained the details of their rigging and cargo. He even taught me some sailor's jargon and had me repeat it back. The way he spoke made it feel like I was being trained for the sea right then and there. By the time we reached the inn, I felt as though I'd known him far longer than just an hour. Inside, the squire and the doctor were finishing their breakfast and preparing to visit the ship. Silver told them all about the man who had run off. His tone was honest, his words clear, and the details matched everything I'd seen. They both seemed satisfied with the explanation, even though they regretted the stranger had escaped. Silver left soon after, promising to be aboard the Hispaniola by the afternoon. As he walked off, the squire and the doctor spoke to each other about how pleased they were with him. They trusted him. They admired his manner. They even said, with great confidence, that he was just the kind of man the voyage needed. Then, turning to me, they both agreed there was no reason for me to stay behind. I would come aboard too. That moment filled me with excitement. I could hardly believe it. The time had come. We were heading to the ship, and the real adventure was just beginning. The Hispaniola was anchored some distance out in the harbor. As we made our way through the maze of ships, passing under carved figureheads and around towering sterns, I could hear the cables of other vessels scrape against our keel or sway overhead with the tide. Eventually, we came alongside our ship, and as we boarded, we were greeted by the mate, Mr. Arrow. He was a seasoned sailor, weathered and brown, with earrings and a noticeable squint. He and the squire got along quite well, which was easy to see. But what struck me early on was the coolness between Mr. Trelawney and the captain. The captain himself had a sharp and stern demeanor. He seemed irritated by nearly everything on board. That mood didn't last long without explanation, though, because no sooner had we stepped down into the cabin than a sailor approached to deliver a message. Captain Smollett wished to speak with us. He came in immediately after and closed the door behind him. Without hesitation, he began voicing his concerns. His words were blunt. He didn't like the voyage, didn't trust the crew, and wasn't confident in his officers either. The squire was visibly angered by this, but it was the doctor who interrupted to calm things down and insisted the captain explain himself further. The captain then laid out his reasoning. He had been hired under sealed instructions to take the ship wherever the squire directed. That part was acceptable, but what troubled him was that nearly everyone on the ship seemed to know more about the purpose of the voyage than he did. That, he argued, wasn't fair. The doctor agreed. He went on to say that he'd overheard from his own crew that we were headed in search of treasure, and that kind of expedition, in his experience, was risky, especially when it was supposed to be a secret and yet had already been whispered about, even reaching a parrot. The squire, confused, asked if he meant Silver's bird, but the captain clarified. It was a figure of speech. The secret had been let out, and he believed no one truly understood the danger we were walking into. To him, this was a life-or-death voyage. The doctor acknowledged the seriousness of the matter, but defended our awareness of the risks. Then the topic shifted to the crew. The captain didn't like them, and thought he should have been allowed to choose his own men. The doctor admitted that perhaps it had been a mistake and asked about Mr. Arrow, the mate. The captain thought Arrow was a good sailor, but far too chummy with the men, sharing drinks and conversation in ways a proper officer shouldn't. When asked whether he was accusing Mr. Arrow of drinking, the captain said no, but made it clear the familiarity was the problem. The doctor then asked him to get to the point. What exactly did he want? First, the captain wanted the arms and powder moved from the forehold to a space beneath the cabin. Second, he recommended that the squire's men be berthed near the cabin instead of up front with the rest of the crew. And finally, he warned there had already been too much talk about the voyage and its purpose. He even revealed that he'd heard specific details about a map marked with crosses and even the exact coordinates of the island. That shocked us all. The squire swore he had never told anyone, and he looked toward the doctor and me. But the doctor brushed it off, not pressing the matter further. Honestly, I believed the squire this time. He could be a careless talker, but I didn't think he'd shared the map's location. The captain then said that, moving forward, the map's details should remain secret, even from him and Mr. Arrow. If that couldn't be promised, he would ask to step down from his post. The doctor interpreted his concerns clearly. The captain wanted secrecy, tighter control of the weapons, and the trusted men closer to the command area. In short, he feared a possible mutiny. But the captain quickly pushed back at that. He insisted he was not accusing anyone of rebellion, just that he had a duty to protect the ship and everyone on board. He wanted precautions, or he would resign. That was all. The doctor, with a smile, compared the scene to a fable about a mountain giving birth to a mouse. He'd expected worse, and the captain admitted he had entered intending to quit, but had been persuaded to speak instead. The squire, had the doctor not been present, might have dismissed the captain outright, but now, reluctantly, he agreed to follow the recommendations, though he admitted he had a lower opinion of the man for it. The captain simply replied that he'd do his duty, and then he left. Afterward, the doctor told the squire that, surprisingly, he seemed to have two honest men aboard, the captain and Long John Silver. The squire disagreed on the captain, calling him unmanly and un-English, but the doctor simply said time would tell. Up on deck, the crew was already busy shifting the arms and powder as ordered. The captain and Mr. Arrow oversaw the work. I, for one, welcomed the changes. The entire schooner had been reconfigured. 6 new berths had been added at the rear of the hold, connected to the rest of the ship by a passage along the port side. Originally, these cabins were intended for the captain, Mr. Arrow, Hunter, Joyce, the doctor, and the squire. But now, Redruth and I were assigned 2 of them, and the captain and Mr. Arrow would instead sleep above deck in the companionway, which had been enlarged enough to hang a couple of hammocks. Even Mr. Arrow seemed content with the change, though I couldn't be sure. He hadn't said much. We didn't get the chance to hear more from him anyway, as events soon unfolded. We were still organizing the powder and rearranging the berths when the last of the crew, including Long John Silver, returned in a boat from shore. Silver climbed aboard nimbly, and when he saw the activity, he called out to ask what was happening. One of the men casually replied that we were moving the powder. Silver reacted quickly, warning that if we didn't finish soon, we'd miss the morning tide. But the captain simply gave the order to head below and get supper ready. Silver, respectful as ever, touched his forelock and disappeared into the galley. The doctor remarked on what a fine man Silver was, and the captain agreed. Though distracted, he continued issuing orders to the crew. Then the captain noticed me examining one of the ship's swivels, a long brass 9-pounder mounted amidships. He sharply ordered me away, telling me to report to the cook for some real work. And just as I was turning to go, I heard him tell the doctor, in a voice meant for me to hear, that there would be no favorites on his ship. In that moment, I completely shared the squire's view of the captain. I disliked him intensely. That entire night was a whirlwind of activity. We were busy stowing things away properly, and boat after boat arrived, carrying the squire's friends, Mr. Blandley among them, all coming to wish him a safe and prosperous voyage. It was more work than I'd ever done back at the Admiral Benbow, and by the time dawn approached, I was completely exhausted. But even though my body ached, I stayed up on deck. Everything felt so new and fascinating. The sharp commands, the high-pitched whistle of the bosun's pipe, and the crew rushing to their stations in the dim lantern glow. Just before we got underway, the men called on Long John to sing, and he gladly obliged. I recognized the tune instantly. It was one I'd heard long ago. As the men joined in with roaring enthusiasm, the memory pulled me back to the Admiral Benbow, and I imagined the old captain's voice singing that very chorus. Soon after, the anchor was raised, dripping seawater, and the sails began to fill with wind. The coastline slipped past us, and the harbor thinned out until, before I even had a chance to lie down for a moment's rest, we were truly off, sailing toward Treasure Island. I won't go into the full details of the voyage. For the most part, everything went well. The ship turned out to be solid, the crew capable, and the captain clearly knew his job. But even so, before we reached the island, several incidents occurred that must be told. To begin with, Mr. Arrow turned out to be even worse than Captain Smollett had feared. He had no authority over the men, and they did as they pleased around him. But worse than that, he soon showed up on deck with a glazed expression, flushed cheeks, slurred speech, clear signs of drunkenness. Time and again, he was sent below in disgrace. Sometimes he tripped and injured himself. Other times he lay useless in his bunk. Occasionally, he managed to be almost sober and did his duties just well enough to pass. What puzzled everyone was how he kept getting liquor. Despite our best efforts to catch him at it, we never figured out. When questioned, he'd either laugh it off drunkenly or insist with solemn sincerity that he drank nothing but water. He wasn't just a poor officer, he was a dangerous influence. It was obvious that if he kept it up, he'd drink himself to death. So, when a stormy night came and he vanished without a trace, no one was truly surprised or even particularly upset. The captain simply noted that at least we'd been spared the trouble of putting him in chains. Still, we were left without a mate, and a replacement was needed. The boatswain, Job Anderson, was the obvious choice. Though he kept his original title, he took on many of the mate's duties. Mr. Trelawney, having spent time at sea in his younger days, stepped in too, taking the helm himself when the weather was calm. And Israel Hands, the coxswain, was another key man. Cunning and seasoned, he could be trusted with almost any responsibility. Israel was very close to Long John Silver, and that naturally brings me to talk about the ship's cook, known to the crew as Barbecue. On board, he carried his crutch slung by a lanyard around his neck so he could keep both hands free. Watching him cook was something to behold, steadying the crutch against a bulkhead, bracing himself with the motion of the ship. He worked with ease, as if he were on solid ground. More surprising still was how he crossed the deck during storms. He'd strung up a few ropes to grab onto Long John's earrings, they called them, and with a mix of swinging, hopping, and dragging the crutch, he could move about faster than most men could walk. Some crew members who had sailed with him before expressed sadness at seeing him so crippled. One day, Israel Hands told me that Barbecue was no ordinary man. He'd had a proper education and could speak like a scholar when he wanted to. And when it came to courage, Long John, unarmed, had once fought off 4 men single-handedly. Everyone on board respected him. He knew how to speak to each person individually, always doing small favors. He treated me with particular kindness, and I was always welcome in the galley, which he kept spotless, gleaming dishes, a tidy space, and his parrot caged in the corner. He used to call me in cheerfully and invite me to sit with him. He'd point to the parrot and say it predicted good fortune for our voyage. He had named the bird Captain Flint, after the infamous pirate, and whenever prompted, it would screech out pieces of 8, over and over until John threw a cloth over the cage to quiet it. He claimed the parrot was perhaps 200 years old. Birds like that, he said, lived almost forever. According to him, she had seen the worst of pirate life, traveling with legendary figures and witnessing battles, lootings, and secret islands. She had supposedly learned her phrase during a dive for silver treasure worth hundreds of thousands. And though she looked harmless, John said she had smelled more gunpowder than most sailors ever would. The parrot even seemed to respond when he asked her if she remembered it. He fed her sugar from his pocket while she cursed and flapped against the bars. He told me that no one could dabble in darkness without being stained by it, and his poor parrot was proof, cursing like a sinner even in front of a priest. The way he said it, with a solemn tip of the head, made me feel he was a genuinely good man. Meanwhile, the relationship between the squire and the captain remained strained. The squire made no effort to hide his dislike, and the captain spoke only when necessary, short, to the point, and never with warmth. Eventually, even he admitted that he had likely been wrong about the crew. Some of them were excellent workers, and all had behaved acceptably. He had even grown fond of the ship, saying she could sail closer to the wind than any man had a right to expect, even compared to his own wife. Still, he insisted he didn't trust this voyage. At that, the squire would usually stomp away, head high in the air, muttering that one more comment from the captain might push him over the edge. We faced some rough weather, which only proved the ship's strength. The crew seemed perfectly content, perhaps even spoiled. Never, I think, had a crew been treated so well since Noah's Ark. They got extra rum for the smallest excuse, and putting on any special occasion. The squire even set out an open barrel of apples midship, so anyone could help themselves. But the captain warned the doctor that such generosity spoiled the forecastle crew and would lead to trouble. Ironically, That same apple barrel ended up saving all of us. If it hadn't been there, we might never have discovered the danger we were in. Here's how it happened. We had been sailing the trade winds to get into position for approaching the island, though I can't give more specific details. It was the final stretch of our outward journey. We expected to see Treasure Island by morning at the latest. Our heading was south-southwest, with a steady wind at our side and calm seas. The Hispaniola glided smoothly through the water. Spirits were high. We were almost at the end of the first leg of our adventure. Just after sunset, with my duties done, I decided I wanted an apple. I ran up to the deck. The crew on watch were up front, keeping an eye out for land. The helmsman was focused on the sails, whistling softly. Other than the rhythmic splash of waves, the ship was quiet. I climbed right into the apple barrel, only to find that it was nearly empty. I sat there in the dark, and with the ship gently rocking and the sound of water all around me, I must have drifted off, or nearly so. Then, someone heavy sat down nearby with a thud. The barrel shook as the person leaned against it. I was about to climb out when I recognized the voice, Long John Silver. I froze. After only a few words, I realized something terrible. Every honest man on that ship might be in danger, and their lives now depended entirely on me. As I crouched silently inside the apple barrel, what I overheard chilled me to the bone. Long John Silver, that old sea dog with a wooden leg, was reminiscing, talking about his days under Captain Flint. He'd lost his leg in the same attack that had blinded Pew, and the way he spoke about the past, you could almost sense a twisted pride. He even mentioned the surgeon who amputated him, an educated man fluent in Latin, now long dead, hanged like the rest of those scoundrels at Corso Castle. Silver's voice carried the weight of years spent at sea, seasoned with betrayal, violence, and hard lessons learned. A younger sailor, clearly wide-eyed with admiration, called Flint the best of the lot. Silver didn't argue, but added how he'd served under both England and Flint, and now was forging his own path. He boasted about the fortune he had saved, nearly 3,000 pounds combined, emphasizing that real success came not from earning, but from knowing how to keep what you'd earned. And those who couldn't manage that, well, they ended up like Pew, lavishly spending, then dying in squalor. I could almost feel Silver sneering as he described Pew's fall from wealth to begging, stealing, and starving in the streets. The young sailor expressed some doubt about the future. Silver, with that slick confidence he wore like a second skin, assured him he had promise and treated him like a man. But hearing him use the same flattering words he'd once used on me, I'll admit it, I was filled with rage. If I could have, I would have lashed out right through the barrel. Silver went on, explaining the reality of a pirate's life, though he didn't use that word. Gentlemen of fortune, he called them. They lived hard, risked their necks, but lived richly. He claimed most spent their treasure quickly and returned to sea penniless, but not him. He hid his money in clever ways, careful not to raise suspicion. He was nearing 50, and this voyage, he said, would be his last. After that, he planned to retire with dignity, finally living the life of a true gentleman. One thing became clear. Silver wasn't just telling tales. He had a plan. He said the Spyglass Tavern was sold, his wife had the money, and she'd meet him after the voyage. The man had covered his tracks well. He even claimed Flynn had feared him more than anyone else. The way he said it, cold and matter of fact, you knew he wasn't bluffing. Then came a key moment. Silver signaled to someone, and a third man joined the conversation. It was Israel Hands, the ship's coxswain. He immediately showed frustration about the captain's authority and wanted to raid the cabin for pickles and wine. Silver shut him down swiftly, reminding him to keep a low profile until the right time came. He explained that they needed to let the squire and the doctor find the treasure, load it onto the ship, and only then would they make their move. He even said, if he could fully trust the crew, He'd wait until they were halfway back home before making a move on Captain Smollett. Silver seemed to know the real danger was impatience. He ranted about men rushing into mutiny and ending up hanged at execution dock. He had seen it all before, and though he didn't mince words, his strategy was clear. Wait for the right moment, then strike. Hands pushed again, asking what would be done with the others when the time came. Silver responded without hesitation. He believed in doing what had to be done. No room for mercy. His mind was made up. Death was the only solution. He even claimed Trelawney for himself, vowing to take him down with his bare hands. Just then, he asked Dick, the young sailor, to fetch an apple. I panicked. My hiding place was about to be discovered. I froze, unable to move. I was sure this was the end. But someone, Israel, I think, interrupted and asked for rum instead. Silver handed over a key and sent Dick to fetch a drink. Though I was terrified, my mind was still working. That moment revealed how Mr. Arrow might have ended up drunk. Perhaps this was the source of the strong waters that destroyed him. While Dick was away, Israel leaned in and whispered something to Silver. I only caught fragments, but one line stood out. Not another man of them will join. That one sentence was a spark of hope. It meant that some men aboard were still loyal. When Dick returned, they toasted to luck, to Flint, and to themselves. Silver even sang a little. Here's to ourselves, and hold your luff. Plenty of prizes and plenty of duff. And just then, as if the heavens had chosen the moment, moonlight spilled into the barrel. I looked up to see it lighting the sail above me. Almost at once, the lookout's voice rang out. Land ho! There was a sudden thundering of feet overhead. Voices yelling, bodies scrambling up from below decks. I quickly slipped out from my hiding spot in the apple barrel and darted behind the foresail. My heart was still hammering in my chest. From there, I doubled back toward the stern and emerged onto the open deck, managing to blend in just in time with Hunter and Dr. Livesey, who were rushing toward the weather bow. By the time we got there, nearly everyone was already gathered. The fog, which had clung to us for so long, had finally lifted as the moon broke through the night sky. Off in the distance, to the southwest, we could just make out two low hills, about 2 miles apart, and behind one of them stood a taller, sharper peak, its summit still lost in the lingering mist. The shapes were pointed and conical, as if nature herself had carved them to mark this strange and secretive land. Even as I looked, it all felt like a dream. My mind was still tangled in the fear and dread from what I had just overheard. But the clear voice of Captain Smollett soon cut through the fog in my head as he began giving sharp, steady orders. The Hispaniola shifted slightly, adjusting course to skirt the eastern edge of the island. He then asked the crew if anyone had recognized the land ahead. It was Silver who stepped forward, claiming he had visited it before with a trading ship, back when he served as cook. He spoke as if recalling an old memory, even describing the anchorage on the southern shore, tucked behind a small islet. He said the place had once been a pirate haven. That hill to the north, Foremast Hill, they called it, the line of 3 hills. Those were fore, main, and mizzen, sailors' names for sailors' terrain. And the tallest one, veiled in clouds, they called the spyglass, supposedly because the old pirates kept lookout there while cleaning their ships. Captain Smollett pulled out a chart and asked Silver to confirm if it matched. I watched Silver's eyes light up, so hungry and eager. But I could tell, even from where I stood, that it wasn't the original treasure map. It was just a precise copy, no red excess, no scribbled notes. I knew instantly that he must have realized the truth, and although his frustration must have burned like fire, he didn't let it show. With a casual nod and words of approval, he pretended all was well. He even commented on how nicely drawn the chart was, wondering aloud who might have made it. Surely not the pirates. They lacked the skill, he said. He then pointed out the familiar landmarks and currents, praising the captain's choice to stay on the windward side. He played his part expertly, flattering, smiling, hiding the truth behind a mask of friendliness. The captain dismissed him kindly, thanking him for the help, and I stood there, almost in disbelief. Silver had admitted so much, his knowledge, his experience, and yet did it all with such calm that it chilled me. He then approached me, not knowing what I had overheard earlier. Still, my skin crawled as he laid his hand on my arm. I could hardly contain the shudder that passed through me. He spoke warmly, saying how sweet the island was and how I'd enjoy exploring it, swimming, climbing trees, chasing goats. He even joked that the place made him feel young again, as if he'd forgotten about his wooden leg. He promised to pack me a snack if I ever wanted to explore, and then, patting me on the shoulder like an old friend, he hobbled off and disappeared below. Meanwhile, Captain Smollett, the squire, and Dr. Livesey were deep in conversation on the quarterdeck. I desperately wanted to tell them everything I had heard, but I couldn't risk doing it openly. As I stood there searching for a plan, Dr. Livesey turned and called me over. He said he left his pipe below, and I was to fetch it for him. But as soon as I was close enough, I leaned in and whispered urgently, asking him to call a private meeting with the captain and squire. I had something dreadful to reveal. The doctor's face changed slightly, but he quickly regained composure. Louder, as if we were just discussing something ordinary, he thanked me for answering his question and sent me on my way. I knew he understood. Soon after, I saw him rejoin the other two. They spoke quietly, no signs of alarm, no raised voices, no gestures, but it was clear my message had been delivered. Captain Smollett gave an order to Job Anderson, and all hands were called to the deck. The captain addressed the crew. He said the land ahead was indeed their destination. He praised every man aboard for doing his duty faithfully and explained that, to celebrate, he, the doctor, and the squire would retire to the cabin for a toast to everyone's good fortune. In return, the crew would get a round of grog to drink to their officers. The crew responded with cheers, so loud and full of spirit that it was hard to believe they were planning to betray us. Long John led the second cheer, calling for another in honor of the captain, and the men shouted even louder than before. The officers then went below, and before long, a message came calling me to the cabin. I found them gathered around the table, Spanish wine poured, raisins on a plate, and the doctor puffing nervously on his pipe with his wig in his lap, a sign I'd come to recognize as one of agitation. The moonlight poured in through the stern window, casting pale reflections on the ship's wake. The squire asked me to speak, so I did. I told him everything I had heard, Silver's plan, the names he mentioned, their scheme to mutiny. I left nothing out. The room was silent. They listened closely, their eyes fixed on me the entire time. When I had finished, Dr. Livesey told me to sit down. They poured me a glass of wine, handed me raisins, and each of them raised a toast to my courage, to my luck, and to their sincere thanks. Then the squire turned to the captain and admitted that he had been wrong about the crew, praising the captain's judgment. The captain replied that they'd all been fooled, even himself. He remarked that mutinous crews usually gave themselves away, but this crew, was like nothing he'd ever seen before. Dr. Livesey pointed to Silver as the reason. A dangerous man, he said, and the captain, half in jest, added that Silver would look best hanging from a yardarm. They then turned serious. The captain outlined the situation. We couldn't turn back now. It would be too risky. If we tried, the crew would rise up immediately. So we had to keep going forward. We had time, at least until the treasure was found. And we had a handful of loyal men, which meant when it came to a fight, and it surely would, we needed to strike first on our own terms. They tallied our numbers. The squire's own servants were trustworthy, as was the doctor. That made 3, including the 3 officers and myself. We had 7, but only 6 were grown men. The captain sighed. The odds were against us. 19 of them, only 6 of us. Still, we would hold fast, stay alert, and wait for the right moment. There was no turning back now. As for me, I sat there quietly, knowing that by some strange twist of fate, I, just a boy, had become the key to all our hopes. When I stepped out on deck the next morning, the island looked completely different. The wind had completely died down, yet we had drifted quite a distance during the night. Now, we were calmly floating about half a mile off the southeastern coast. The land was mostly covered with gray-colored woods, giving the place a rather gloomy tone. There were streaks of yellow sand in the lower areas, and tall pine-like trees stood higher than the rest, sometimes alone, sometimes clustered. The landscape had a uniform, somber color to it. The hills were bare and jagged, rising like spires of naked rock above the forest. They looked strange in shape, especially the one called Spyglass Hill. It was the tallest on the island, rising several hundred feet, and it had a peculiar formation, going straight up from nearly every side and then flattening at the top like a pedestal waiting for a statue. Meanwhile, the Hispaniola rocked heavily with the ocean swell. The booms tugged and creaked, the rudder swung back and forth, and the ship groaned and jumped as if it were alive and restless. I had to cling tightly to the backstay to keep from falling, and my head spun with dizziness. Sailing was fine when we were moving, but sitting still like this, being tossed around like a bottle on water, was something I never got used to, especially on an empty stomach in the morning. Maybe it was the strange look of the island, or the thick, gray woods, or those wild, rocky peaks that seemed to pierce the sky. Maybe it was the sound of the waves crashing in the distance. But despite the bright, hot sun and the seabirds flying and diving all around us, my heart sank. Something about this place filled me with dread, and from that very first sight, I began to hate everything about Treasure Island. The morning was exhausting. There was no wind to help us move, so we had to lower the boats and row them to tow the ship around the corner of the island, through a narrow channel, toward the sheltered bay behind Skeleton Island. I shouldn't have been part of the boat crew, but I volunteered anyway. The sun was brutal, and the men complained loudly. The boat I was in was led by Anderson, who didn't even try to keep order. In fact, he complained just as much as the others. That really bothered me. Until then, the men had worked with energy and purpose, but now, it seemed like just the sight of the island had broken their spirit and loosened the discipline. Long John Silver stayed beside the steersman the whole time, expertly guiding the ship. He seemed to know every inch of that channel. The man taking depth readings kept finding deeper water than the chart had marked, but John didn't hesitate once. He calmly explained that the current was strong and that the channel seemed almost as if it had been dug by hand. Eventually, we dropped anchor right where it was marked on the map, about a third of a mile from the shoreline, with the mainland on one side and Skeleton Island on the other. The seabed was clean sand, and when the anchor hit, it sent up a cloud of birds squawking and wheeling above the forest. But they quickly settled again, and soon the place was silent. This anchorage was completely hidden by forest, with trees growing right down to the water's edge. The shores were mostly flat, and the hills formed a ring in the distance like a natural amphitheater. Two swampy rivers emptied into the bay, and the vegetation there had an oddly bright, almost sickly color. From the ship, we couldn't see the house or the stockade at all. They were hidden deep in the trees. Without the chart, we might have believed we were the first people ever to anchor there. There wasn't a breath of wind, no sound except the distant surf crashing against the rocks outside. A foul, stagnant smell hung in the air, a mix of soggy leaves and rotting wood. I noticed the doctor sniffing the air, clearly concerned. He muttered something about treasure being uncertain, but disease being a sure thing. If the men's behavior in the boats had been troubling, it became downright dangerous once they returned to the ship. They lay around the deck, whispering and growling among themselves. They responded to orders with dark looks and slow, careless obedience. Even the loyal men seemed infected by the mood. You could feel the tension, like a storm waiting to break. A mutiny was hanging over us like a thundercloud. Even Long John Silver seemed anxious. He moved from group to group, offering advice and setting a cheerful example. He was more helpful and polite than ever before. Whenever someone gave an order, he was the first to respond with a cheerful, "Aye, sir." And when there was no work to do, he sang non-stop, as if trying to lift the crew's spirits or cover up their growing resentment. But to me, his forced cheerfulness was the darkest sign of all. Later that day, we gathered in the cabin to discuss what to do. The captain explained that giving any more direct orders might trigger an uprising. He said that Silver, strangely enough, was our best hope for keeping peace. If given the chance, Silver might talk the men out of their anger, or at least allay their plans. So, the captain suggested we let the crew go ashore for the afternoon. If they all went, we'd prepare to fight and hold the ship. If none went, we'd know they were planning something, and we'd hold the cabin. But if only some went, then maybe Silver could calm things down. The decision was made. We distributed pistols to our most trusted men and quietly shared our plan with Hunter, Joyce, and Redruth. They took the news better than expected. Then the captain went up on deck to speak to the crew. He told them we'd all had a tough day, and a bit of time ashore would do no harm. The boats were still in the water, and anyone who wanted could go stretch their legs. He said he'd fire a signal half an hour before sunset. Surprisingly, the men responded with loud cheers, as if they'd been promised gold. Their mood changed instantly. They seemed eager to get off the ship, maybe imagining they'd find treasure the moment they stepped ashore. The captain smartly disappeared from view, leaving Silver to organize the landing party. That was wise. If the captain had stayed on deck any longer, he wouldn't have been able to pretend he didn't see the rebellion clearly brewing. Silver was clearly in command now, and the crew was far from loyal. Some men, I later discovered, were still honest, but even they were confused and affected by the mutiny in the air. There's a big difference between grumbling and actually turning pirate. A few men, though lazy and discontent, weren't ready to kill for it. Finally, the landing group was chosen. 6 men stayed aboard, while the rest, 13 in total, including Silver, climbed into the boats. And that's when a wild idea came into my head. If 6 stayed behind, then our cabin party couldn't overpower them anyway. And if I wasn't needed on board, maybe I could learn more by going ashore. Without thinking much further, I quietly slipped into one of the boats and curled up out of sight. Just as it pushed away from the ship, I heard someone in the boat whisper to me to stay low. Silver noticed something and called out, asking if I was there, but by then, it was too late to turn back. As we raced for the shore, my boat was lighter and faster, reaching land before the others. As soon as we touched the beach, I grabbed onto a low-hanging branch and swung myself out of the boat. Without hesitation, I dashed into the forest. I heard Silver calling my name, but I didn't stop. I kept running, dodging branches, pushing through undergrowth, until I was far enough away that no one could see or hear me. I remember feeling a wave of relief and satisfaction after slipping away from Long John Silver. For the first time since we'd arrived on the island, I actually started to enjoy myself. I was surrounded by unfamiliar, mysterious nature, crossing a marsh filled with willows, bulrushes, and strange trees that looked like they belonged in some foreign land. Eventually, I found myself on the edge of a sandy, hilly plain about a mile wide. Scattered pines dotted the land, and so did twisted trees that reminded me of oaks, though their leaves were pale like willows. In the distance stood a tall hill with 2 rocky peaks gleaming under the sun. That moment marked the beginning of something new for me, the thrill of exploration. There wasn't a soul in sight. I had left everyone else behind at the ship, and ahead of me were only animals and birds. Wandering among the trees, I saw plants I couldn't name, and even came across snakes. One of them raised its head and hissed at me with a strange, spinning sound like a toy top. At the time, I had no idea I was facing a rattlesnake. Soon, I came across a dense growth of short, evergreen oaks. Their branches twisted low along the sandy ground, and the leaves were thick like a thatched roof. The thicket sloped downward from one of the sand dunes and became taller as it reached a wide, reedy marsh. One of the island's small rivers trickled through that marsh on its way to the sea. The heat made the swamp steam, and the tall shape of the spyglass hill shimmered in the haze. Suddenly, something disturbed the stillness. A wild duck burst out from the reeds, followed by another. Before long, the sky above the marsh was full of birds flapping and calling out in panic. I quickly guessed that someone from the ship was nearby, probably following the edge of the marsh. That guess turned out to be right. I soon heard voices, first faint, then clearer as they got closer. A chill ran down my spine. I immediately dropped to the ground and crawled beneath one of the low oaks, trying to stay as quiet as I could. Then I heard another voice responding. The first one, unmistakably Silver's, continued on in long bursts of conversation. The second voice chimed in occasionally. Though I couldn't make out the actual words, it was clear from the tone that they were having a serious, even intense discussion. Eventually, their footsteps stopped, and even the birds began to calm down. That made me realize I had to take advantage of the moment. Since I'd already made the mistake of coming ashore with these men, I figured the least I could do was gather whatever information I could. My duty now was to get closer and eavesdrop on them as best I could. By listening carefully and watching the behavior of the remaining nervous birds, I could tell exactly where the men were standing. On all fours, I crept forward slowly and silently until I reached a small clearing tucked into the trees near the marsh. From that hidden spot, I could see Long John Silver standing face to face with another crew member, deep in conversation. The sun lit them clearly. Silver had placed his hat on the ground, and his round, pale face, slick with sweat, was turned toward the other man with what looked like a pleading expression. It became clear that Silver was trying to convince the other sailor of something important, something urgent. His body language spoke volumes. He looked like a man trying to warn or persuade someone, almost as if his own life depended on it. The other sailor, clearly distressed, stood with a tense face and a hoarse, shaking voice. I couldn't hear his words, but I could feel the weight of the decision he was trying to make. It was a man torn between loyalty and fear. Then everything changed in an instant. A scream rang out across the marsh, then another, and finally, a terrible, drawn-out cry of pure horror. The rocky hills echoed it again and again. Birds exploded into the air, and the swamp fell into chaos once more. That dreadful cry echoed in my ears long after the sound faded, and everything else became silent again, except for the rustle of birds and the distant crashing of waves. The sailor called Tom flinched in shock, but Silver didn't move a muscle. He stood motionless, balancing calmly on his crutch, watching Tom like a predator. Tom, clearly rattled, tried to reason with Silver, but Silver abruptly stepped back, distancing himself. The situation was unraveling fast. Tom, refusing to back down, turned away and began walking toward the beach. He didn't get far. With lightning speed, Silver grabbed a tree branch, pulled out his crutch, and hurled it with deadly force. It struck Tom between the shoulders with a sickening thud. He gasped and collapsed on the spot. Whether the blow had broken his back, I couldn't tell, but Silver didn't give him a chance to recover. With shocking agility, he leapt forward, landed on Tom, and stabbed him, twice, with brutal force. I could hear Silver panting with each stab, even from where I hid. Everything around me blurred. I didn't faint exactly, but the world spun in a dizzy haze. The marsh, the hill, the sky, they all twisted and spun, and my ears rang with phantom sounds. When I finally regained focus, the scene hadn't changed much, except for the lifeless body of Tom lying on the ground. Silver, calm and collected, had cleaned his knife on a patch of grass, put his hat back on, and was back to business as usual, as if nothing had happened. He then pulled out a whistle and blew a strange pattern of notes that carried across the marsh. I didn't know what it meant, but I knew I had to get away, and fast. If more of his crew were on their way, I could be discovered, and after what had just happened to Alan and Tom, I feared I'd be next. I began crawling back the way I had come, doing everything I could to stay silent. As I moved, I heard voices calling back and forth. Silver's crew was getting closer. Once I was free from the dense thicket, I bolted. I ran harder than I ever had, not caring where I was headed, just away from that place. Panic set in, and it kept building until it became a kind of desperate frenzy. I felt completely lost. If the gun was fired to signal us back, how could I return? How could I face those monsters after what I knew? Wouldn't they figure out that I'd overheard them? Wouldn't they silence me too? It felt like my fate was sealed. There was no going back to the Hispaniola, no reuniting with the squire, the doctor, or the captain. Only two options seemed real now: death by starvation or death at the hands of the mutineers. And still I ran, unaware of where my legs were carrying me. I reached the base of a hill, the one with the two craggy peaks. The air felt fresher here, and the trees more spaced out, tall oaks mixed with towering pines. It gave me a small sense of calm, but that calm didn't last. Suddenly, something else startled me, a new noise or a movement. Whatever it was, it stopped me cold, my heart pounding in my chest. As I stood there, halfway up the steep and rocky slope, the quiet was suddenly broken by a sound, a slide of gravel cascading through the trees. My instincts kicked in, and I turned sharply in that direction. What I saw startled me. A shadowy figure leaped behind a pine trunk with incredible speed. I couldn't tell if it was a man, a beast, or something in between. Its dark, shaggy form disappeared before I could make sense of it. The sheer fear of this unexpected sight brought me to a halt. It felt like I was trapped, murderers behind me, and this unknown presence ahead. Oddly enough, I began to feel that the danger I knew, Silver and the mutineers, was somehow less frightening than the mysterious figure lurking ahead. So I turned back, watching over my shoulder as I moved toward the boats. But the figure didn't stay hidden. It reappeared and began to move in a wide circle, as if trying to cut me off. I was exhausted, and even at my best I knew I couldn't outrun such a swift creature. It moved gracefully between tree trunks like a deer, running upright like a man, but hunched over. One thing became clear: it was a man. Thoughts of island cannibals flooded my mind, and I nearly cried out for help. But knowing it was human, no matter how wild, gave me a strange comfort. The fear of Silver returned to the forefront of my mind. I paused to think. Suddenly I remembered my pistol. The realization that I wasn't defenseless sparked courage in me again. So I turned toward the figure and confidently stepped forward. He was hiding behind another tree, but he must have been watching me. As soon as I moved toward him, he emerged, stepped forward, hesitated, and then knelt down, holding his clasped hands toward me in a pleading gesture. I stopped again, unsure what to think. But then he spoke, his voice hoarse and rusty, almost mechanical. He said he was Ben Gunn, and he hadn't spoken to another Christian soul in 3 years. His appearance confirmed he was a white man, though his skin was burned dark by the sun, and his blue eyes stood out strikingly. His clothing, or what remained of it, was a mess of ship canvas and sea cloth, all patched together with buttons, sticks, and loops. Only the old belt with a brass buckle around his waist seemed solid. I asked if he had been shipwrecked, but he corrected me. He had been marooned. I knew what that meant. Buccaneers would leave a man behind on an uninhabited island with minimal supplies as punishment. He explained that for 3 years, he had survived on goats, berries, and oysters. Despite it all, what he missed most was simple food, especially cheese. He even asked me if I had some. I promised that if I got back to the ship, I'd bring him plenty. He was fascinated by everything: my jacket, my boots, my hands. It was like seeing another person had sparked some childlike joy in him. But then he became more alert and asked suspiciously why I said if I got back aboard. I told him plainly I trusted him. He was pleased and asked my name. When I told him it was Jim, he lit up with excitement. Ben began to open up about his past. He had once been pious, raised by a devout mother, and could recite his catechism faster than most. But things went wrong. He hinted that it started with disrespecting graves, and his mother had predicted it all. He believed Providence had brought him here, and in solitude, he had returned to his faith. He swore off from, except for maybe a symbolic sip if luck turned his way. Then, in a hushed whisper, he told me he was rich. I thought he might have lost his mind from being alone so long. But he insisted he really was rich, and he promised that if I was the first to find him, I'd be rewarded beyond my dreams. Suddenly, a shadow passed across his face. He gripped my hand tightly and asked me directly, was our ship Flint's? The question sparked an idea in my mind. Perhaps I had found an ally. I told him Flint was dead, but some of Flint's old crew were aboard. His face darkened further when I mentioned the man with one leg. He recognized the name, Silver, and was clearly terrified. Ben was still holding my wrist tightly. He asked if I was sent by Long John. I denied it and quickly explained everything. Our voyage, the mutiny, our situation. He listened with full attention. When I finished, he patted me gently and assured me he would help. Then he asked something specific. Would our squire be willing to give a large reward, say £1,000, if he helped us? I assured him the squire was generous, and everyone would get a fair share. He seemed relieved. Ben then revealed more. He had been with Flint when the treasure was buried. Flint went ashore with 6 men and came back alone. No one knew how he managed to defeat all 6. It was a mystery. Ben told me that 3 years ago, he had returned with another crew to find the treasure. When they failed, they left him behind with a musket, a shovel, and a pickaxe. He had survived since then with no contact, no proper food, and no faith even. He told me to pass along a message to our squire. He wasn't just an ordinary sailor, and most of his time alone wasn't spent on prayer, but on something else. Though he didn't say it outright, I could guess what he meant. Ben then made something clear. He trusted men like our squire far more than pirates, having once been one himself. I told him I didn't understand everything he was saying, but I needed to know how to get back to the ship. He said he'd build a boat with his own hands, hidden beneath a white rock. If things went badly, we might escape using that after dark. Suddenly, a booming sound echoed through the island. A cannon. The battle had begun. All fear forgotten, I ran toward the anchorage, and Ben Gunn, light on his feet despite his strange clothing, ran easily beside me. He guided me as we ran. Keep left, he called. Under the trees. He pointed out the place where he had killed his first goat. He even mentioned a cemetery, where he sometimes came to pray, thinking it might be a Sunday. It wasn't much of a chapel, but it gave him peace. He joked that he had no Bible, no chaplain, just himself. He kept talking as we ran, never waiting for me to respond. Then, after another pause in the cannon fire, came the rattling sound of musket shots. And soon after, not far ahead, I caught sight of something fluttering in the air. The Union Jack, flying bravely above the trees. It must have been around 1:30, what sailors call 3 bells, when 2 of our boats went ashore from the Hispaniola. At the time, the captain, the squire, and I were deep in conversation inside the cabin. If only there had been the slightest breeze, we would have taken the chance to overpower the 6 mutineers who remained on board, cut the cable, and made for open sea. But the wind failed us, and to make matters worse, Hunter came rushing in with grim news. I'd slipped into a boat and gone ashore with the others. None of them had ever doubted me before, but now, fear for my safety gripped everyone. With the way the crew's mood had soured, there was a real chance they might never see me again. We hurried to the deck. The heat had thickened, and tar bubbled in the seams underfoot. The air reeked so badly it made me nauseous. If ever a place smelled of fever and dysentery, it was that cursed anchorage. The 6 men were crouched under a sail up at the forecastle, grumbling among themselves. Ashore, the gigs were tied up at the mouth of the river, and a man sat in each, one of them whistling Lillibolero. Waiting in suspense was unbearable. It was agreed that Hunter and I should take the jolly boat ashore to gather information. The gigs had drifted off slightly to the right, but Hunter and I rowed straight ahead, aiming for the spot marked with a stockade on the chart. The 2 men guarding the gig seemed startled by our approach. The whistling stopped, and I could tell they were debating their next move. If they had worn silver, things might have played out differently, but it looked like they chose to stay put and resumed their tune. The shoreline curved slightly, and I steered to hide us behind it. Before we even landed, the gigs had slipped from view. I leapt ashore and moved as quickly as I dared, wearing a silk handkerchief under my hat to keep cool and carrying a pair of loaded pistols for protection. I had hardly gone 100 yards when I came upon the stockade. Here's how it was laid out. A clear spring bubbled up at the top of a knoll. Around it, they had built a strong log house, big enough to shelter 40 men if need be, and pierced on all sides with loopholes for musket fire. The surrounding area had been cleared wide, and a tall 6-foot palisade had been erected. No door, no gaps, just a solid barrier. It was too strong to knock down easily, yet too open to give cover to any attackers. From inside, the defenders had the upper hand. They could lie low and pick off their enemies like game birds. All they needed was constant vigilance and supplies, and sure being caught by surprise, they could have held that place even against an entire regiment. What caught my attention most was the spring. Sure, we were well stocked aboard the Hispaniola, with weapons, food, and excellent wines, but we had no water. That single oversight could cost us dearly. I was still turning that over in my mind when a chilling cry echoed across the island. A man's last scream. I had seen death before, serve His Royal Highness the Duke of Cumberland, even got wounded at Fontenoy, but still, my heart skipped a beat. I feared the worst. I feared for myself, and I feared for Jim Hawkins. Experience teaches urgency. A soldier learns that, but a doctor learns it deeper. There was no time to hesitate. I turned at once, hurried back to the shore, and leapt aboard the jolly boat. Fortunately, Hunter handled the oars well. The water sprayed as we rowed, and before long, we were back at the Hispaniola. Everyone was shaken. The squire sat pale and still, clearly blaming himself for leading us into this mess. Even one of the forecastle crew looked nearly faint. The captain quietly pointed him out, noting how he nearly passed out when he heard the scream. One more shock, and that man would have joined our side. I laid out my plan to the captain, and together we fine-tuned the details. Old Redruth was stationed in the gallery between the cabin and the forecastle, armed with several muskets and shielded by a mattress. Hunter moved the boat around to the stern port, and Joyce and I got to work loading it. Powder, muskets, tins of food, biscuits, kegs of pork, a cask of brandy, and my medical supplies. While we worked below, the squire and the captain stayed on deck. The captain called out to the coxswain, who was leading the 6 mutineers. He warned them. There were 2 of us armed with pistols, and if any of the 6 tried to signal or move, he'd shoot. They were clearly shaken. After a brief discussion, they all ducked below, likely planning to catch us from behind. But when they saw Redruth waiting with guns ready in the narrow gallery, they changed their minds and backed off. One head popped back up briefly, then disappeared again, and we heard no more from those 6 cowards for the time being. By then, we had loaded the jolly boat as much as we dared. Joyce and I slipped through the stern port and rowed hard toward the shore. That second trip didn't go unnoticed. The whistling stopped once more, and just before we disappeared around the point, one of the guards jumped ashore and vanished. I was tempted to destroy their gigs then and there, but worried Silver might be close. Risking everything for too much could be our undoing. We landed at the same spot and began stocking the blockhouse. All three of us made the first run, loaded with supplies, and tossed them over the palisade. Then we left Joyce inside to guard them. One man, yes, but with several muskets, and Hunter and I returned to reload. We worked non-stop, making trip after trip, until everything had been delivered. At last, Joyce and Hunter stayed behind in the blockhouse, and I rowed back to the ship. Looking back, taking that second load might have seemed bold. They had more men, true, but we had better arms. None of them had muskets, and before they could even get close enough to shoot a pistol, we figured we'd take down a few at least. The squire waited for me at the stern window. His strength returned. He caught the boat line, tied it fast, and we threw ourselves into loading again. This time we packed pork, biscuits, and powder. Just enough room left for a musket and cutlass each for the squire, the captain, Redruth, and me. The rest of the weapons and powder we dumped into the sea, 2.5 fathoms deep, where they gleamed in the sunlight on the sandy bottom. The tide had started to ebb, and the ship was swinging at anchor. We heard voices in the distance, coming from the direction of the gigs. That reassured us. Joyce and Hunter were likely safe, but we knew it was time for us to leave. Redruth left his post and climbed into the boat, which we pulled around to make it easier for the captain aboard. The captain called out loudly, asking if anyone could hear him. Silence. Then he addressed Abraham Gray directly, urging him to join us. He even counted down the seconds, hoping the man might turn. After a pause, there was a shuffle, the sound of a struggle, and suddenly Gray burst out, a cut on his cheek, rushing toward us like a loyal dog returning to his master. He made it aboard safely with the captain, and just like that, we shoved off. We were finally free of the ship, though still not safe inside the stockade. That fifth trip was unlike any of the others. The boat, a tiny, overloaded gallipot of a vessel, struggled under the weight of 5 full-grown men. 3 among us, Trelawney, Redruth, and the captain, stood over 6 feet tall. On top of that, we had crammed in powder, pork, and bread bags. The gunwale was barely above water at the rear, and we kept shipping in water. My breeches and coattails were soaked through long before we'd rowed even 100 yards. The captain had to shift our positions to trim the boat properly, and though he managed to make her sit more level, none of us dared even breathe too deeply. Then came another complication. The tide had turned. A strong current pulled westward through the basin, and then southward through the straits we had sailed in that morning. Even the tiny ripples became a threat to our overloaded boat. Worse yet, we were dragged off our intended course and away from the proper landing point behind the headland. If we let the tide carry us much farther, we'd end up beside the gigs, right where the pirates could show up at any moment. As I steered and the captain and Redruth rowed, I had to call out the problem. The tide kept dragging us off track. I asked if they could row any harder, but the captain warned that trying harder could swamp the boat. He instructed me to bear up, steer at a sharper angle, until we started to make some progress against the current. I adjusted the direction and quickly realized that unless I aimed due east, almost perpendicular to our intended path, the current would continue sweeping us westward. It was frustrating. We'd never reached the shore this way, but the captain pointed out we had no other choice. If we fell to the leeward side of the landing, we'd be lost, either stranded or surrounded. Better to go upstream and then hug the shoreline back. Gray, sitting in the front of the boat, noted that the current had already begun to ease. I responded as if nothing had ever happened between us. By now, we had silently agreed to treat him like one of our own. Then the captain's tone shifted. He told me to look back, toward the ship. That's when it hit me. We had completely forgotten about the Long Nine, the big cannon aboard the Hispaniola, and there they were, 5 of the mutineers, removing the tarpaulin cover and preparing the gun. My heart sank. Not only had they reached the cannon, but we'd also left behind a round shot and powder for it. Just a blow from an axe would give them everything they needed. Gray, with a dry throat, reminded us that Israel had been Flint's gunner. We had to act fast. Despite the risks, we turned the boat directly toward the landing. By now, we'd cleared most of the strong current and were able to steer without much difficulty, even with our slow rowing. But now we had a new problem. We were showing our broadside to the ship like a barn door begging to be hit. From where I sat, I could both see and hear Israel Hands, his red face bent low as he dropped a round shot on deck. The captain asked who was the best marksman among us. I replied it was Trelawney, without a doubt. The captain then called on him to try and take out one of the men, preferably Hands. Trelawney, calm and collected, checked his weapon. The captain warned him to handle it carefully or we'd risk capsizing. As he aimed, the oars stopped, and we all leaned the opposite way to balance the boat. Everything was done so precisely that we didn't take on even a drop of water. By then, the pirates had the cannon turned on its swivel mount, and Hands, standing at the muzzle with the rammer, was the most visible. But luck wasn't with us. Just as Trelawney fired, Hands ducked, and another pirate fell instead. His scream was joined by a chorus from the others on board and voices from ashore. I looked up to see more pirates flooding out from the trees and scrambling into the gigs. I announced that the gigs were coming, and the captain gave the order to row, no matter if we swamped the boat. If we didn't reach land now, we were finished. Only one gig was actually being rowed. The other pirates were probably trying to cut us off by going around the shore. The captain wasn't worried about that. They'd have a long run ahead, but the cannon still posed a real danger. Even a lady's maid, he said, couldn't miss with a shot at us. The squire was told to warn us when he saw the match being lit, so we could brace ourselves. Despite everything, we were making decent progress for such a heavy boat. We had taken on very little water and were nearly there, only a few dozen strokes away. The low tide had revealed a thin strip of sand below the trees. The gig chasing us was now hidden behind the point. The very tide that had delayed us earlier was now helping us, slowing down our pursuers. The only threat left was the cannon. The captain briefly considered taking another shot, but realized the pirates had no interest in tending to their fallen comrade. The man was still alive, trying to crawl away, but the others ignored him. Their only focus was firing the gun. The squire shouted that he was ready. The captain quickly yelled to stop. He and Redruth gave a massive push backward with their oars, and the boat dipped under the water just as the cannon fired. This was the first time I heard a gunshot in the entire adventure. We didn't know where the cannonball went, probably over our heads, but I suspect its gust of wind contributed to what happened next. The boat gently sank by the stern in 3 feet of water, leaving the captain and me standing upright, face to face. The others plunged headfirst into the water, surfacing moments later, sputtering and soaked. Thankfully, no lives were lost. We could wade ashore safely, but we had lost all our supplies, and only 2 of our 5 guns were still usable. I had instinctively raised mine above my head, and the captain had slung his wisely over his shoulder with the lock facing up. The other weapons had gone down with the boat. Voices echoed from the woods nearby. We were not only at risk of being cut off from the stockade, but we also had to wonder whether Hunter and Joyce, if attacked by a group, would know how to stand their ground. We had faith in Hunter's steadiness, but Joyce, kind and courteous as he was more suited to brushing jackets than facing musket fire. With those fears weighing on us, we splashed ashore as quickly as we could, leaving the jolly boat behind, along with nearly half of all our powder and food. We hurried as fast as we could across the narrow strip of forest that separated us from the stockade, with the sounds of the buccaneers growing louder behind us. Soon, we could even hear their footsteps pounding the earth and the snapping of branches as they charged through the underbrush. It became clear that a fight was unavoidable, and I checked my weapon in preparation. I told the captain that Trelawney, being our best marksman, should use his firearm instead, since his own had been rendered useless. The 2 quickly exchanged guns. Trelawney, calm, and focused despite the chaos, paused for just a moment to make sure the weapon was ready. Then, noticing that Gray was unarmed, I handed him my cutlass. There was something deeply reassuring in the way he spit on his palm, tightened his grip, and swung the blade confidently through the air. Every part of his stance made it obvious. This new crewman was more than capable. About 40 steps further, we emerged from the trees and saw the stockade ahead. We reached it around the middle of the south wall, just as a group of 7 mutineers, led by Job Anderson, the bosun, charged toward the southwestern corner. They seemed caught off guard by our sudden appearance, and before they could regroup, not only the squire and I, but also Hunter and Joyce, who had been positioned inside the blockhouse, were ready to fire. The 4 shots were fired in a scattered volley, but they were effective. One of the attackers dropped to the ground, and the rest immediately turned back, disappearing into the trees without hesitation. After reloading, we made our way along the outside of the palisade to check on the fallen enemy. He was dead, killed instantly by a shot to the heart. We barely had time to feel good about our success when a sudden pistol shot cracked from the bushes. A bullet whizzed past my ear, and poor Tom Redruth collapsed on the ground. Both the squire and I fired back, but without a target in sight. It's likely we wasted our ammunition. We quickly reloaded and turned our attention to Tom. The captain and Gray were already at his side, but even from a distance, I could see the truth. There was nothing to be done. Our swift return fire must have driven the mutineers off again because they didn't trouble us further while we lifted the wounded gamekeeper over the palisade and carried him, groaning and bleeding, into the log house. The poor man hadn't uttered a single word. No fear, no complaint, not even resignation, from the start of our troubles until now. Inside the gallery, he had stood his ground like a warrior behind a mattress. He had followed every order silently and steadfastly. He was older than anyone else in our group by at least 20 years, and now, loyal and dependable as ever, he was the one who was going to die. The squire knelt beside him, kissed his hand, and began crying like a child. Tom asked quietly if he was dying. I told him he was going home. With a faint trace of regret, he wished he'd gotten in a good strike with his gun first. Then he turned to the squire and, when asked for forgiveness, questioned if that would be proper. But in the end, he agreed, simply and sincerely. After a brief silence, he mentioned that someone ought to say a prayer. It was the custom. After all, not long after, without another word, he passed away. Meanwhile, I had noticed the captain moving about with an unusual bulk in his chest and pockets. He brought out various supplies: our British flag, a Bible, some rope, pen and ink, the logbook, and several pounds of tobacco. In the corner of the stockade, he found a long fir tree already felled and cleared. With Hunter's help, he set it upright at the corner of the log house where the trunks crossed. Then, climbing onto the roof, he personally raised the flag. The act seemed to ease something in him. He returned to the log house and began tallying the supplies as if nothing else mattered. Still, he was aware of Tom's passing, and as soon as it was over, he gently covered the body with another flag. He tried to console the squire, telling him that Tom had fallen doing his duty. It may not have been theologically perfect, but it was a heartfelt truth. Then he pulled me aside and asked how soon we expected the consort to arrive. I told him it wasn't a matter of weeks, but months. Blandly wouldn't send help until the end of August, if we weren't back by then. He scratched his head, doing a rough mental calculation. Factoring in what he called the gifts of Providence, he concluded that we were in a tight spot. What really concerned him was losing the second load of supplies. He believed we had enough powder and shot, but the food situation was dangerously limited. Pointing to the covered body, he made a grim comment that perhaps it was for the best we had one less mouth to feed. Just then, a loud boom broke through the air. A cannonball soared above the log house and landed far into the woods behind us. The captain reacted almost with amusement. He figured they were wasting precious gunpowder. Another shot came, this time hitting closer and kicking up sand inside the stockade, but causing no harm. The squire suggested that since the log house was hidden from the ship, the enemy must be aiming at the flag. He wondered if it would be wiser to take it down, but the captain refused, saying he would never lower the colors. Surprisingly, everyone silently agreed. It wasn't just pride, it was strategic. It showed our enemies that we weren't afraid. The cannon fire continued all evening, balls flying over or falling short, raising dust in the yard. They had to shoot at such a steep angle that the shots lost their force and simply buried themselves in the sand. One even passed cleanly through the roof and out the floor, but we got used to it, brushing it off like a game of cricket. The captain pointed out one good thing. The woods in front were likely cleared by now, and the tide had dropped enough that our supplies might be exposed. He called for volunteers to retrieve some pork. Gray and Hunter stepped forward, armed and ready. They crept out of the stockade, but their mission turned out to be in vain. The mutineers were bolder than we thought, or maybe they trusted Israel's gunnery. Several of them were already carrying off our supplies and loading them onto a small boat held steady in the current. Silver stood at the rear, clearly in command, and each of the men now had a musket from hidden stash. The captain returned to his logbook and began making an entry. Alexander Smollett, master; David Livesey, ship's doctor; Abraham Gray, carpenter's mate; John Trelawney, owner; John Hunter and Richard Joyce, owner's servants, landsmen, being all that is left faithful of the ship's company, with stores for 10 days at short rations, came ashore this day and flew British colors on the log house in Treasure Island. Thomas Redruth, owner's servant, landsman, shot by the mutineers; James Hawkins, cabin boy. Even as he wrote, I was thinking about what had become of poor Jim Hawkins. Then a voice called from the landward side. Someone was hailing us. Hunter, who was on guard, confirmed it. The voices were calling for the doctor, the squire, and the captain. I rushed to the door just in time to see Jim Hawkins, alive and well, climbing over the stockade. As soon as Ben Gunn noticed the flag flying in the distance, he immediately stopped in his tracks, held onto my arm, and took a seat. He was certain those were my friends, but I wasn't so sure. To me, it felt more likely to be the mutineers. Ben, however, insisted otherwise. In a place like this, one known mostly to pirates, Silver would have raised the black pirate flag, not anything resembling a friendly signal. That meant those were my companions. He was convinced a battle had taken place, and our side had come out on top, now taking shelter inside the old stockade built long ago by the legendary Flint. Ben spoke of Flint with awe, recalling his brilliance and boldness, except when rum was involved. And even he, Ben noted, had a kind of grudging respect for Silver. Given that, I said I should hurry and rejoin my friends. But Ben quickly stopped me. He said I was a good lad, but still just a lad. He wouldn't go near that place, even if he were offered rum, unless he first spoke with a true gentleman from our group and received his word of honor. He reminded me to tell them what I had seen and to emphasize that Ben Gunn had his own reasons worth trusting. Then, with a pinch to my arm, he repeated it again with a knowing grin. Ben made it clear where he could be found, exactly where I had discovered him that very day. If anyone were to come meet him, they'd have to come alone, carrying a white object in hand, and they had to remember to say, Ben Gunn has reasons of his own. I assured him I understood. It seemed he wanted to speak with the squire or the doctor directly, and I repeated the instructions back to him. He added one last detail, that he'd be nearby between noon and 6 bells. Once again, I asked if I could leave, and he finally agreed. But before letting go, he made me promise not to betray him, especially not to Silver. He warned that, if the pirates came ashore, there'd likely be widows come morning. Just then, a loud cannon blast echoed through the trees, followed by a ball of iron crashing through the forest and landing close by in the sand. Instantly, we both ran off in different directions. For the next hour, the island shook from the constant reports of cannon fire. Iron balls crashed through the trees, splintering branches and stirring up clouds of sand. I darted from one hiding spot to another, heart pounding, constantly feeling like the cannonballs were chasing me. As the bombardment neared its end, I began to steady myself again. I still didn't dare go near the stockade, where the shots had been concentrated, but I slowly made my way eastward, creeping along the trees near the shoreline. The sun had just dipped below the horizon. A cool sea breeze rustled the woods and rippled the surface of the anchorage. The tide had gone far out, leaving wide stretches of exposed sand. The air, after the day's heat, had turned chilly, and I felt the cold through my jacket. The Hispaniola was still anchored in the same place. And sure enough, the Jolly Roger, the black pirate flag, fluttered from her peak. As I looked on, another flash lit the air, followed by another booming report and a whistling shot through the sky. It turned out to be the last of the bombardment. I stayed there for a while, observing what came after. I saw men breaking something apart on the beach near the stockade. It turned out later to be the poor jolly boat. Farther away, near the river mouth, a large fire glowed in the trees. A boat kept rowing back and forth between the fire and the ship, and though the men aboard had looked grim before, they now shouted as if drunk, voices tinged with the sound of rum. Eventually, I decided it was safe to return to the stockade. I was far down on the eastern sandy spit that encircled the anchorage and connected to Skeleton Island at half tide. As I got to my feet, I noticed a white, isolated rock rising from the low bushes farther down the spit. I figured that might be the marker Ben Gunn had mentioned, and that if a boat was ever needed, that's where to find it. I made my way through the woods and circled around to the backside of the stockade. The moment I arrived, my companions greeted me with warmth and relief. After sharing my story, I looked around our shelter. The log house was built from rough pine trunks, floor, roof, and walls alike. The floor sat unevenly above the sand in spots, sometimes by more than a foot. A porch covered the doorway, and beneath it a spring bubbled up into an odd sort of basin, actually an iron ship's kettle, with the bottom knocked out and half buried in the sand. There wasn't much inside the structure, apart from the wooden frame. In one corner, a flat stone slab served as a hearth, with an old rusted iron basket holding the fire. All around the stockade, trees had been cut down to build the house. The stumps still showed how tall and strong the forest must have once been. Now, most of the soil was gone, either washed away or buried beneath drifting sand. Only where the stream trickled out from the kettle had moss, ferns, and small plants managed to stay green. The forest remained thick and dense just outside the stockade, perhaps too close for proper defense. On the landward side, tall firs stood strong. Nearer the sea, live oaks mixed in. That chilly breeze I'd mentioned earlier blew straight through every crack in the rough building, constantly sprinkling fine sand over everything. It got in our eyes, in our food, even danced on the surface of the spring like porridge on the boil. Our chimney was just a square hole in the roof. Most of the smoke swirled around inside, filling the room and making us cough. One of the new men, Gray, had his face bandaged from a cut he got while escaping the mutineers. And poor old Tom Redruth still lay there, stiff and lifeless beneath the Union Jack. Captain Smollett didn't let us sit idle. He called everyone together and split us into watches. The doctor, Gray, and I formed one group. The squire, Hunter, and Joyce made the other. Exhausted though we were, two went out for firewood, while another pair dug a grave for Tom. The doctor became our cook, I was posted as sentry, and the captain himself moved from task to task, encouraging us and lending a hand wherever needed. Every so often, the doctor stepped out for fresh air. His eyes were red from the smoke. Each time he passed me, he shared a quick word. Once, he mentioned that Captain Smollett was a better man than even he was, and that meant something. Another time, he quietly asked if Ben Gunn was truly sane. I told him I wasn't sure. The doctor said that anyone stranded alone for 3 years on an island was bound to seem a little strange. Then he asked if I'd said Ben fancied cheese. When I nodded, he smiled and explained that his snuff box, which I'd never seen him use, actually held a piece of Parmesan cheese from Italy. He planned to give it to Ben. Before dinner, we buried Old Tom in the sand, standing silently in the wind as we paid our respects. We'd gathered plenty of firewood, though not enough for the captain's liking. He reminded us we'd have to do better the next day. After our meal of pork and a strong glass of brandy grog each, the captain, doctor, and squire huddled together to plan. They were clearly unsure of the next move. Our supplies were low, too low to last until rescue. The only hope was to whittle down the enemy, pick off the pirates one by one until they gave up or fled with the ship. They'd already lost 4 men, 19 reduced to 15, and at least 2 were wounded. One, shot beside the cannon, was likely dying. We had 2 unexpected allies, rum and the climate. Even from half a mile away, we could hear the pirates yelling and singing through the night. The doctor bet his wig that, camping in a marsh without medicine, half of them would be too sick to fight within a week. If we weren't all shot first, they'd likely retreat to the Hispaniola and go pirating elsewhere. It's still a ship, the doctor said, and pirates always want a ship. Captain Smollett quietly noted it was the first ship he'd ever lost. I was completely worn out, and though it took a while, I eventually fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. By the time I woke up, everyone else had already been up for a while. They'd eaten breakfast and added more firewood to the pile. I was just rubbing the sleep from my eyes when I heard the voices. There was some kind of commotion outside. Then someone called out that a flag of truce had arrived. And immediately after, with surprise in their voice, they announced who it was, Silver himself. It was just as we feared. 2 figures stood outside the stockade, one of them waving a white cloth. The other was unmistakably Silver, calm and composed as ever. The morning was bitterly cold, probably the coldest I'd ever felt while out and about. The sky above was bright and clear, with no clouds, and the treetops blushed pink in the early sunlight. But where Silver stood with his companion, everything was still buried in shadow. A thick, white mist crept around their legs, rising from the marsh overnight. That icy chill, combined with the mist, told its own story about the island. It was damp, feverish, and clearly an unhealthy place to be. The captain immediately warned the crew to stay indoors, suspecting a trick. Then he called out to the men outside. He remained in the porch, making sure not to expose himself in case of a sudden shot. Turning to us, he gave quick orders. The doctor was to watch the north, I was assigned to the east, and Gray took the west. The rest were to load the muskets with care and speed. Then he turned back to the mutineers. It was the other man, not Silver, who shouted back, asking for Silver to be allowed in to make terms. The captain, clearly unimpressed, pretended not to know who this Captain Silver was and mocked the supposed promotion. Silver took control of the situation himself. He made it clear that he had been elected captain after our supposed desertion and claimed they were open to negotiations. All he wanted, he said, was a promise of safe passage out of the stockade, just a minute's head start before any shots were fired. But the captain showed no interest in talking. He said Silver could come if he wished, but warned that if there was any treachery, it would be on Silver's side. Silver responded cheerfully, saying a single word from the captain was enough. He knew how to recognize a gentleman. We saw the man holding the white flag trying to stop Silver, likely worried by how blunt the captain had been. But Silver just laughed, clapped him on the back, and pressed on. He tossed over his crutch, climbed the fence with surprising strength and skill, and dropped into the stockade. I have to admit, I wasn't much use as a lookout. I'd already left my assigned post, and crept up behind Captain. He was now sitting on the doorstep, elbows on knees, his head resting in his hands, eyes on the bubbling spring. He was whistling "Come, lasses and lads" to himself, as if it were just another morning. Silver struggled hard to climb the knoll. The slope, thick tree stumps, and soft sand made it near impossible. He and his crutch looked about as helpless as a ship caught in the wind. But he was determined and didn't complain. Eventually, he made it to the captain and gave a respectful salute. He was dressed in his finest, a grand blue coat heavy with brass buttons and a laced hat perched on the back of his head. The captain invited him to sit. Silver complained about being left outside in the cold, but the captain reminded him that had he stayed loyal, he could have been warm in the galley. Now, as either a pirate or mutineer, he could sit on the sand. Silver sat down, asking only for help getting back up later. Then he greeted us all, me, the doctor, everyone, as if we were one big, happy family. The captain, ever direct, told them to get to the point. Silver started talking about the attack from the night before, giving credit where it was due. He admitted some of his men were shaken, maybe all of them, maybe even he was. He hinted that perhaps this was why he came to talk, but he warned us not to expect to succeed a second time. They'd be more careful now. He insisted he was sober during the attack, just dog-tired, and claimed he might have caught us in the act had he been a second quicker. He even said the man who died hadn't passed before he got there. The captain didn't react. He just asked, well, in a voice so calm, you'd never know he was puzzled by Silver's cryptic words. But I was starting to piece it together. Ben Gunn's final words echoed in my mind, and I began to suspect that he had paid the pirates a visit while they were passed out from drink. That meant we had only 14 enemies left to worry about. Then Silver got to the point. They wanted the treasure, plain and simple. And we, he figured, wanted to stay alive. He asked for the map, claiming he meant us no harm. But the captain wasn't buying it. He made it clear we knew exactly what Silver had intended, and it didn't matter anymore. He calmly lit his pipe and continued as if Silver wasn't even there. When Silver tried to bring up Abe Gray, the captain cut him off sharply, saying he hadn't asked Gray anything and wouldn't tolerate any gossip. He declared he'd rather blow them all up, Silver, Gray, and the whole island, than listen to such talk. That seemed to cool Silver down. He composed himself again, showing a surprising level of respect for the captain's firm stance. With both men puffing on their pipes, they sat silently for a while, watching, spitting, and studying each other like opponents in a quiet duel. Finally, Silver laid out his terms. Give them the chart, stop attacking their men in their sleep, and in return, they'd offer us a choice. We could join them after the treasure was found, and he'd give his word to put us safely ashore. Or, if that didn't suit us, we could stay behind. They'd split the supplies fairly and promised to alert the first ship they saw to come rescue us. He raised his voice so everyone inside could hear. His offer was to the whole group. The captain stood up, knocked the ash from his pipe into his hand, and asked if that was all. When Silver confirmed, the captain responded with finality. If they surrendered one by one and unarmed, he promised to take them home in chains for a fair trial in England. But if they refused, he swore by his name, Alexander Smollett, that he'd see them all in Davy Jones's locker. They couldn't find the treasure, they couldn't sail the ship, and they couldn't fight us. Gray had escaped 5 of them alone. Their ship was crippled, their situation hopeless, and those were the last kind words they'd get. Next time he saw Silver, he promised to shoot him in the back. Silver's face twisted in fury. His eyes bulged. He threw down his pipe and demanded help standing. The captain refused. No one moved. Silver cursed and dragged himself to the porch, pulling himself up with great effort. Then, with spite in his voice, he spat into the spring and shouted that he'd smash our blockhouse to pieces. We might be laughing now, he said, but before long, the laughter would stop, and the ones who died first would be the lucky ones. Then he turned and hobbled away, eventually helped over the stockade by his companion, with the white flag. Within moments, they disappeared into the trees. As soon as Silver walked away, Captain Smollett, who had been watching his every move, turned toward the inside of the house. To his disappointment, only Gray remained at his assigned position. That was the first time any of us had seen the captain genuinely angry. He called out for everyone to return to quarters with a voice so fierce it made us all jump. And as we scrambled back to our posts, he singled out Gray, commending him for staying at his duty like a true seaman. Then he turned sharply to Mr. Trelawney and the doctor, expressing his shock. He expected better, especially from men who had once worn the king's uniform. Everyone looked ashamed, their faces flushed. The doctor's group quickly returned to their firing slits, while the rest of us were busy reloading the spare muskets. The captain stood silently for a while, then finally spoke. He told us he had deliberately provoked Silver with that heated exchange. Within the hour, Silver had said, "We would be attacked," and the captain believed it. We were clearly outnumbered, but we had shelter on our side. Until moments ago, we also had discipline, which the captain hoped we could regain. If we stuck together and fought smart, he believed we still had a real chance. He moved around, checking everything. There were 2 loopholes on both the east and west sides of the house, 2 on the south side near the porch, and 5 facing north. We had about 20 muskets for our team of 7. Firewood had been arranged into 4 makeshift tables, 1 on each side, and each was stacked with ammunition and 4 loaded muskets. In the middle lay a pile of cutlasses, ready for hand-to-hand combat. He ordered the fire to be thrown out, saying we didn't need smoke blinding us anymore. Mr. Trelawney took the iron basket outside and covered the embers with sand. Captain Smollett then noticed I hadn't eaten yet and told me to help myself quickly and return to my post to eat. He reminded me that I'd need the energy soon. He also had Hunter serve brandy to everyone. While that was going on, the captain mentally mapped out our defense. He assigned the doctor to cover the front door, urging him not to expose himself and to shoot from within the porch. Hunter was posted on the east, Joyce on the west. Mr. Trelawney and Gray, both strong shots, were placed on the north side, where the threat was greatest. If the pirates got close enough to shoot through our own slits, we'd be in serious trouble. As for the captain and me, since neither of us were skilled shooters, we would help reload and support the rest. By that time, the morning chill had vanished. The sun had climbed above the tree line and blazed down on the clearing. The sand turned hot, the resin in the logs started to melt, and everyone tossed aside their coats. With our sleeves rolled up, we stood tense at our posts, sweating in the heat and nervous from anticipation. An hour went by in silence. The captain, visibly annoyed, joked that the situation was as dull as the doldrums and told Gray to whistle for some wind. Just then, something happened. Joyce asked quietly if he should fire if he spotted someone. The captain confirmed without hesitation. After that, we were all on high alert. Eyes sharp, muskets ready. The captain stood in the middle of the blockhouse, jaw tight and brow furrowed. Suddenly, Joyce raised his musket and fired. Before the echo faded, shots rang out in scattered bursts from all around the stockade, like a flurry of wild geese. Bullets struck the log walls, but none made it through. Once the smoke cleared, everything outside looked as calm and empty as before. Not a leaf moved. No glint of metal betrayed our attackers. The captain asked Joyce if he had hit anyone. Joyce calmly replied that he probably hadn't. The captain muttered that honesty was the next best thing to accuracy and told me to reload Joyce's musket. The doctor reported that 3 shots had come from his side, 2 close together, and 1 further west. Mr. Trelawney wasn't sure about his side. He thought he'd counted 7 shots. Gray believed it was 8 or 9. The east and west sides had each received only a single shot. It was now obvious the real assault would come from the north, with the other sides serving merely as distractions. But the captain didn't alter our plan. He knew that if the enemy breached the fence, they'd rush to the unguarded firing slits and turn them on us. Suddenly, With a loud shout, a group of pirates burst from the northern woods and charged the stockade. A fresh volley of gunfire followed, and a bullet whizzed through the door, shattering the doctor's musket. The attackers climbed the fence like wild animals. Mr. Trelawney and Gray fired repeatedly, and 3 men went down. 1 fell inside, 2 outside. One of them, likely only scared, got up quickly and ran back into the woods. Of the 4 who made it inside, they headed straight for the house. They shouted, and their companions in the woods shouted back in support. Shots were fired, but in the chaos, none of them seemed to hit. In a flash, the 4 pirates were at our doorstep. One of them, Job Anderson, appeared at the middle firing slit, yelling for everyone to charge. Another pirate grabbed Hunter's musket through a loophole and knocked him out with a powerful blow. A third pirate ran around the house and burst through the front door, swinging his cutlass at the doctor. Everything had turned. Just moments ago, we had the advantage, shooting at a vulnerable enemy. Now, we were exposed and under attack ourselves. The blockhouse was filled with smoke, making it hard to see. I could hear the chaos, cries, gunshots, a loud groan. Then the captain shouted for us to take our cutlasses and fight them outside in the open. I grabbed one from the pile. Someone else reached for a weapon at the same time and gave me a gash across my knuckles. But I barely noticed. I ran out into the blazing sunlight. The doctor was already chasing down the pirate who had attacked him, and with a clean strike, knocked him down with a deep cut across the face. The captain yelled for us to circle around the house. I followed instinctively, turning east and running around the corner, cutlass raised. There I came face to face with Anderson. He shouted and raised his blade. I didn't have time to be scared. I quickly dodged, but my foot slipped in the sand and I tumbled down the slope. By the time I got back on my feet, I noticed that the fight hadn't changed much. The pirate in the red cap was still climbing the fence, and another was just peeking over. Yet somehow, in that brief moment, the tide had turned completely in our favor. Gray had brought down Anderson before he could recover. Another pirate was shot through a loophole, still clutching his smoking pistol. The doctor had already dealt with the one who attacked him. Only one of the 4 who entered remained, and he was now climbing back out in terror, having abandoned his weapon. The doctor shouted for us to fire from the house and then retreat back under cover. But no one fired. The last pirate escaped into the woods. Within moments, nothing was left of the enemy, except 5 bodies. 4 lay inside the fence, 1 outside. The doctor, Gray, and I sprinted back to the house. We knew the enemy would return to retrieve their weapons, and more gunfire could erupt any second. By then, the smoke inside the house had begun to clear, revealing the cost of our victory. Hunter lay unconscious by his post. Joyce had been shot through the head, gone. In the center, Mr. Trelawney held up the captain, both of them ghostly pale. Mr. Trelawney said the captain was wounded. The captain asked if the enemy had fled. The doctor replied that the ones who could still run had certainly done so. 5 would never rise again. The captain, trying to stay positive, remarked that 5 down meant better odds for us. We had started with 7 against what we thought were 19. Now it was 4 of us against 9. A hard fight still, but a better one than before. There was no return fire from the woods. Not a single shot. The mutineers had gotten what the captain called their rations for the day, and so we found ourselves with a moment of peace, enough time to tend to the wounded and prepare a modest meal. Despite the risks, the squire and I chose to cook outside. But even in the open air, it was hard to focus, with the sound of agonizing groans drifting from inside. Wounded men under the doctor's care. Of the 8 who had fallen, only 3 were still breathing. The pirate who had been hit through the loophole, Hunter, and Captain Smollett. But hope was fading. The pirate didn't survive surgery, and Hunter never regained consciousness. His breathing echoed the sound of the old buccaneer back home, harsh and labored. His chest had been shattered, his skull broken in the fall, and sometime in the night, he passed quietly into death. The captain's wounds were serious, but not fatal. A shot from Job Anderson had broken his shoulder blade and grazed a lung. Another had ripped through his calf. Painful as it all was, the doctor assured us he would recover, though it would take weeks, and he wasn't to move, speak, or even lift an arm during that time. My own injury was barely worth mentioning, just a scrape across the knuckles. The doctor patched it up with plaster and gave me a playful scolding for getting in the way. After lunch, the squire and doctor sat with the captain, deep in consultation. Then, just past noon, the doctor stood, buckled on his sword, tucked the treasure map into his pocket, slung a musket over his shoulder, and disappeared through the north side of the palisade into the woods. Gray and I had been sitting far from the others, trying to keep out of earshot. When we saw the doctor head off alone, Gray removed his pipe from his mouth and stared in shock. He wondered aloud if the doctor had lost his mind. I wasn't so sure. I figured if anyone in our group was still thinking straight, it was probably the doctor. And I had a strong hunch he was going to find Ben Gunn. Turns out, I was right. But while the doctor was off in the cool, shaded forest, I was trapped under the blazing midday sun, surrounded by the dead and wounded, with the smell of blood thick in the air. The heat clung to my clothes like glue, and I couldn't stop thinking how lucky the doctor was to be walking in the peaceful woods, the scent of pine all around him. As I cleaned up the blockhouse and tidied after dinner, that feeling grew stronger. Envy, disgust, and the restless need to get away. When no one was watching, I reached for the bread bag and filled both my coat pockets with biscuits. I knew it was foolish, even reckless, but I was determined. At least if something went wrong, I wouldn't starve by morning. Next, I grabbed a pair of pistols. I already had powder and bullets, so I felt ready for anything. My plan? I'd head to the eastern spit that separated the anchorage from the open sea and search for the white rock I'd noticed earlier. I suspected that's where Ben Gunn might have hidden his boat. It was worth checking out. Since I knew I wouldn't be allowed to leave the enclosure, I decided to sneak out. That part of the plan, sneaking, was what made the whole thing feel wrong. But I was just a boy, and I'd made up my mind. Soon enough, the chance came. The squire and Gray were inside, busy with the captain's bandages. No one was watching. I slipped quietly over the stockade and vanished into the trees before anyone noticed I was gone. Looking back, that was my second mistake, and worse than the first, since I left only 2 able-bodied men to guard the house. Still, somehow it helped save us all. I made straight for the East Coast, determined to stay out of sight by keeping to the seaside. The afternoon was wearing on, still sunny, but not as hot. As I moved through the tall trees, I could hear the surf pounding the shore and the wind rustling the branches overhead. A strong sea breeze had picked up, and soon I stepped out from the woods into sunlight again. There it was, the ocean stretching endlessly, and the white foam of the waves crashing onto the sand. I'd never known the sea around Treasure Island to be calm. Even when the air was still and the sky clear, those huge waves always rolled in, crashing against the shore day and night. I doubt there's a single spot on the island where you couldn't hear them. I walked along the beach, enjoying the moment, then took cover behind some thick bushes and crept cautiously up the spit. Behind me, the sea. Ahead, the anchorage. The strong wind had died, replaced by a light breeze and rolling fog. Skeleton Island sheltered the anchorage, and the water was still and glassy. The Hispaniola floated silently, its image reflected perfectly in a mirror-like surface. Her black flag hung limp. One of the gigs floated nearby. I could make out Silver, seated in the stern, and 2 others leaning over the bulwarks, one with a red cap. I recognized him from earlier at the palisade. They seemed to be laughing and talking, though I couldn't hear a word from that distance. Then came a terrible screech, high-pitched and unearthly. At first, I was terrified. Then I realized it was only Captain Flint, the parrot, perched on Silver's wrist. Soon, the boat rowed back to shore, and the man with the red cap disappeared below deck with his companion. Meanwhile, The sun dipped behind the spyglass hill. Fog thickened quickly, and darkness crept in. I knew I had little time if I hoped to find the boat before nightfall. At last, I spotted the white rock. It took effort to reach it, crawling through thick scrub. Dusk had nearly fallen when I laid my hand on its rough surface. Beneath it, I discovered a small hollow, green grass, banked by shrubs waist high. And there, tucked in the middle, was a tiny goat skin tent. Inside it, I found Ben Gunn's boat. It looked homemade, rough and unbalanced, built from strong wood and stretched goat skin. The hair was on the inside. It was so small I doubted it could float a grown man. There was one low bench, a simple stretcher in the bow, and a double-ended paddle. At the time, I'd never seen a coracle, the kind ancient Britons used, but later I did. And I can honestly say Ben Gunn's boat reminded me of the first and worst coracle ever made. Still, its lightness and portability made it ideal. Now that I'd found the boat, you might think I'd be satisfied. But another idea had taken hold of my mind. So strong I might have gone through with it, even if Captain Smollett himself had stood in my way. My plan was bold. Sneak out under the cover of darkness, cut the Hispaniola adrift, and let her float wherever the current took her. I believed the mutineers, after their defeat, were planning to escape by sea. I wanted to stop that, and since they'd left no boat for their watchman, I figured I might manage it with little risk. So I waited for darkness, eating some biscuits. The fog grew heavier, blanketing the island. As night fell, the anchorage vanished in blackness. When I lifted the coracle to my shoulder and began picking my way back through the brush, only 2 points of light remained. One was the pirates' fire on shore, where they drank and celebrated. The other was a faint glow aboard the Hispaniola, likely from the cabin, its light just a reflection on the fog. The tide had already begun to ebb, and I waded through sticky sand that sucked at my boots, reaching the water's edge. Then, using all my strength and care, I set the coracle down, keel first, on the still surface of the sea. The coracle I had taken, I would later learn through difficult experience, was surprisingly safe for someone of my size. It floated well, handled decently in the open sea, but it was the most stubborn and awkward boat I had ever tried to steer. No matter how I paddled, it drifted sideways more than forward, and spinning in circles seemed to be its favorite trick. Even Ben Gunn had once said it took a while to figure out how she moved. I certainly didn't know her way. She went everywhere except where I wanted to go. Most of the time, I found myself sideways to the current. Without the help of the tide, I doubt I would have ever reached the ship. But fortune was with me. The current continued to sweep me in the right direction, and soon, the Hispaniola appeared, sitting right in my path, impossible to miss. At first, she looked like a dark blur, darker than the night itself. Slowly, her shape became clearer, her mass, her hull, and before I even realized it, the strong ebb current had pulled me right up to her side. I reached out and grabbed hold of the hawser. The line was pulled tight, straining like a drawn bow, the current pressing her hard against the anchor. Around the hull, the tide gurgled and whispered like a little mountain stream. One clean slice of my sea gully, and she'd be free, rushing down the channel with the tide. But then, I remembered, cutting a tightly stretched rope can be as dangerous as standing behind a kicking horse. If I made one wrong move, both the boat and I could be tossed out of the water like driftwood. I froze. Without another stroke of luck, I would have had to abandon the plan right then. But as if the night itself were helping me, the wind had shifted direction from southeast to southwest. Just as I was hesitating, a gust caught the Hispaniola and pushed her slightly against the current. I felt the tension on the hawser ease for a moment, dipping my hand beneath the water. That was the moment I decided. I pulled out my knife with my teeth and began cutting the strands, one by one. I stopped when only 2 remained, waiting quietly for another puff of wind to take the strain off before cutting the last of it. All the while, I could hear loud voices coming from the cabin. I hadn't paid much attention at first. My mind was too focused on what I had to do. But now that I was waiting, I started listening more closely. One voice I recognized. It belonged to Israel Hands, the coxswain, who had once served as a gunner under Flint. The other was clearly the man with the red cap. Both were drunk. They kept drinking too, as I noticed one of them tossing an empty bottle out the stern window. But their drunkenness wasn't harmless. They were clearly angry, cursing like a storm. It sounded like they were going to fight more than once, but each time, the shouting died down before anything worse happened. I could also make out the campfire glowing dimly through the trees on shore. Someone was singing an old, weary sailor's tune, the kind that dragged on forever, each verse ending with a low, quavering note. I remember the words well from the voyage. But one man of the crew alive. What put to sea with 75? It struck me as too fitting for a crew that had suffered such loss earlier that day. But from what I could tell, none of these pirates seemed to care. They were as heartless as the ocean itself. Then came another breeze. The schooner creaked closer in the darkness. The hawser loosened again, and I used all my strength to slice through the last fibers. The wind didn't do much for my little coracle. I was almost immediately pushed into the bow of the Hispaniola. At the same time, she began to spin slowly with the current, turning around in place. I worked desperately, fearing at any moment I'd be capsized. Since I couldn't push off directly, I shoved my boat backward instead. Eventually, I got clear. Just then, my hands brushed against a light rope dragging from a ship. I grabbed it without thinking. Why I did it, I'm not sure. Instinct, maybe. But once I had it, I was too curious to let go. I pulled myself in along the rope until I was close enough to rise carefully, just enough to peek over the cabin window. By now, both the Hispaniola and my coracle were gliding fast through the water. We were even with the campfire now, the ship making loud splashes as she moved. The sailors hadn't noticed anything unusual yet. That confused me until I looked through the window. Inside, the two men were locked in a deadly struggle, each gripping the other by the throat. That one glimpse was all I dared take before dropping back down onto the thwart, nearly tipping overboard in the process. For a moment, all I could see were their red, furious faces lit by the cabin lamp. I shut my eyes, letting the darkness settle in again. The campfire song had finally ended, and those still awake had started shouting the old familiar chorus. 15 men on the dead man's chest. Yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum. Drink, and the devil had done for the rest. Yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum. And I couldn't help but think how fitting that chorus was for what was happening right then in the cabin. Suddenly, the coracle gave a sharp jerk. She veered off course, and at the same time, I noticed we were moving faster than before. I opened my eyes. Around me, the surface of the water was rippling with tiny, foamy crests that shimmered faintly in the dark. Just ahead, the Hispaniola was swaying unsteadily. It seemed to be spinning, too, slowly turning toward the south. Looking back, my heart leapt. The campfire was now directly behind me. The current had changed direction, sweeping both the schooner and my tiny boat through the narrow channel toward the open sea, faster and faster. Then the ship suddenly yawed hard, swinging off course again. Moments later, I heard footsteps thundering on the deck. The two men inside had finally realized what was happening. I lay flat in the bottom of my boat, silently praying. I was sure we were heading straight into disaster, some sandbar or violent waves that would crush me in an instant. I could face death, I thought, but not the sight of it rushing toward me. And so I lay there, tossed endlessly by the waves, soaked now and then by the spray, always waiting for the end. But exhaustion took over. My fear slowly dulled. Drowsiness crept in, and at last, sleep overcame me. And as I drifted off inside that rocking coracle, my mind wandered home to the old Admiral Benbow Inn. When I finally awoke, The daylight was already shining bright, and I found myself drifting near the southwestern end of Treasure Island. The sun had risen, but it was hidden behind the massive shape of the spyglass, which on this side plunged down into the sea in sheer, intimidating cliffs. Close by were Haulbeline Head and Mizzenmast Hill. The hills stood bare and dark, while the head was outlined with cliffs soaring 40 or 50 feet high, with great fallen rocks scattered below. I was no more than a quarter mile out to sea, and my first thought was to paddle to shore and land. But that idea didn't last long. The waves crashed violently among the rocks, roaring and spraying water high into the air again and again. If I tried to get closer, I could see myself dashed to pieces on that brutal coast, or exhausting all my strength trying to climb those steep and jagged cliffs. And that wasn't even the worst of it. On flat stretches of rock, crawling together or flopping into the sea with heavy splashes, I saw monstrous, slimy creatures. Enormous sea snails, or so I thought at the time, dozens of them making the rocks echo with what sounded like barking. Later, I would learn they were sea lions and harmless. But at that moment, their appearance, combined with the rough shoreline and the pounding surf, was enough to make me give up on that landing spot. I honestly preferred starving at sea than facing those dangers. Fortunately, I noticed a better option up ahead. To the north of Haulbeline Head, the coastline curved inward, revealing a long stretch of yellow sand during low tide. Beyond that was another cape, marked as the Cape of the Woods on the map, shaded by tall green pine trees stretching all the way to the shore. I remembered what Silver had said about the current that flowed north along the island's western coast, and from my position, I could tell I was already caught in it. So I let Haulbeline Head slip behind and save my strength for a shot at landing near the gentler, more inviting Cape of the Woods. The sea had a great rolling swell, but the wind was gentle and steady from the south, perfectly aligned with the current. The waves rose and fell smoothly, and surprisingly, my little lightweight boat handled it beautifully. Even when I was lying down with only my eyes above the side, I would watch towering blue waves pass close overhead, and yet my coracle would only bounce gently, like it was spring-loaded, before settling back down just like a bird floating through valleys of water. Soon I gained confidence and sat up to try paddling, but even the slightest shift in weight caused dramatic changes in the coracle's motion. The moment I moved, the boat shot down a steep slope of water that made my head spin and slammed its front in the next wave with a burst of spray. Terrified and soaking wet, I dropped back down into my original position. Instantly, the coracle steadied and glided forward smoothly once more. It was clear this little vessel did not like interference, and if I couldn't control its direction, then what real hope did I have of making land? Still, I didn't panic. Carefully, I used my sea cap to bail out water, then raised my head again to study how the coracle managed to slip so gracefully through the swells. From the shore or from a ship's deck, each wave looks like a smooth, gleaming mountain. But up close, I could see they were more like ranges of hills, some with peaks, others with valleys. The coracle, left to herself, twisted gently side to side, finding the lower paths and avoiding the steeper, more dangerous slopes. I realized that if I didn't disturb her balance, I might still be able to steer a little. I could keep my paddle in the water and, when things were calm, give her a push or two toward shore. So I lay there, balancing on my elbows, and occasionally gave a soft stroke, inching my way closer. It was exhausting and slow, but I could see I was gaining ground. As we neared Cape of the Woods, I knew I'd miss landing right at the point, but I had made hundreds of yards of progress eastward. I was close now. I could see the green treetops swaying and felt sure I'd make the next bit of land. But just then, I became overwhelmed with thirst. The sun blazed from above. Its reflection off the water multiplied the heat, and the salty sea spray that dried on my lips only made it worse. Seeing the trees so near and still out of reach nearly broke me. Then, just as I was being carried past the point, another sight changed everything. Right ahead, less than half a mile away, I spotted the Hispaniola under sail. My first instinct was to assume I'd be caught, but I was so parched that I couldn't even decide if that would be good or bad. My mind, instead, filled with surprise. All I could do was stare. She was flying her mainsail and 2 jibs, the white sails shining in the sun like silver. She was on a northwest course at first, and I figured the crew was circling the island to return to anchorage. But then she started turning more westward, and I wondered if they had spotted me and were giving chase. Soon, though, she stopped, her sails flapping uselessly as she stalled. I thought to myself how clumsy they were. Must have still been drunk. I imagined how Captain Smollett would have had them running sharp. The schooner continued zigzagging in strange patterns, north, south, east, and west, but always ended with sails fluttering and canvas slapping. It became clear no one was steering her. I wondered then, were the men drunk below deck, or had they abandoned ship? Maybe, just maybe, I could board her and take her back to the captain. The current was pushing both the coracle and the schooner southward at the same rate. Her wild, erratic movement meant she wasn't getting ahead. If I dared to sit up and paddle, I was certain I could catch her. The thought gave me courage, especially the image of the water barrel just beside the fore companion. So I rose up, and though another wave splashed over me, I stuck to my plan and paddled with all the strength I had. Once I took on so much water that I had to stop and bail, my heart racing, but I kept going. Eventually, I got the hang of it and began guiding the coracle through the swells, taking only the occasional splash to the face. Now I was quickly closing in on the Hispaniola. I could see the brass on the tiller gleaming as it swung wildly back and forth. No one was on deck. I had to believe she was deserted. Or if not, maybe the crew was passed out below, and I could trap them there and take command. But for a time, she did the worst thing imaginable. She stood nearly still, heading south, barely moving but still drifting away thanks to the wind and her own sideways drift. Then my opportunity came. The wind eased, and the current began to turn her. Slowly, she spun and presented her stern to me. I could see the cabin windows wide open and even a lamp still burning in the daylight. Her sail drooped like a flag. She was completely still, except for the pull of the current. I had been losing ground, but now I pushed myself harder. I was only about 100 yards away when a sudden gust of wind filled her sails again. She leaned into it and sped off like a bird. My first feeling was despair, but then I saw her turning. She swung around until she was broadside to me. Closer and closer she came, half the distance, then 2/3, then almost upon me. From my low spot in the coracle, she looked massive. Then, before I could even think, I realized what was happening. I was on top of one wave just as the schooner came rolling over the next. Her bowsprit loomed above me. I jumped to my feet and leapt, crushing the coracle beneath me. I grabbed the jib boom with one hand, planted my foot between the stay and the brace, and clung on breathless. I heard a heavy thud. The schooner had collided with the coracle. It was gone. I had no way back. I was now alone, clinging to the Hispaniola. I had barely managed to reach the bowsprit when the flying jib suddenly shifted with a loud snap, like the crack of a gun. The schooner shook violently all the way to her keel as the sails reversed direction. But in the very next moment, with the rest of the sails still catching the wind, the jib swung back again and hung limp in the air. The jolt nearly threw me overboard, but I quickly crawled back along the bowsprit and tumbled headfirst onto the deck. I found myself on the lee side of the forecastle, with the mainsail still catching wind, blocking my view of a part of the afterdeck. The place looked deserted. The planks beneath my feet, which hadn't been cleaned since the mutiny, bore heavy footprints, and a broken-necked bottle rolled about in the scuppers as though it were alive. Then, quite suddenly, the Hispaniola turned directly into the wind. The jibs cracked sharply behind me, the rudder slammed over, and the ship gave a sickening lurch. At that exact moment, the main boom swung in with a groan, revealing the afterdeck. That's when I saw them, two of the crew. One lay flat on his back, rigid like a handspike, arms stretched wide as if crucified, teeth bared through his parted lips. The other, Israel Hands, was slumped against the bulwarks, his head bowed, his hands lying open on the deck, and his face pale as wax beneath the tan. The ship continued to buck and sway like an unruly horse, the sails catching wind from one side to the other. The boom swung violently, making the mast creak under strain. Occasionally, spray crashed over the sides, and the ship's bow slammed into the waves. Each impact much rougher than anything I'd felt in my little coracle, now sunk to the sea bottom. Redcap's body slid across the deck with every jolt, yet his stiff posture and frozen grin remained eerily unchanged. As for Hands, he seemed to collapse more with each lurch, his body slowly shifting toward the stern until eventually only one ear and a frayed piece of whisker remained in view. Around both of them, I noticed splashes of dried blood on the planks. It became clear they'd likely turned on each other during a drunken fight. As I watched, stunned, the ship momentarily steadied. That's when Israel Hands stirred. He groaned low and twisted back to the position I had seen him in earlier. That moan, it carried pain and deep weakness. His jaw hung slack, and for a moment, I truly felt sorry for him. But then I remembered what I had overheard from the apple barrel, and just like that, my sympathy vanished. I stepped aft, making my way to the mainmast. I greeted him, not out of kindness, but with a sharp edge in my voice, letting him know I was now in charge. He barely looked at me, eyes rolling lazily, too far gone to react. All he could mutter was a single word, "Brandy." Knowing there wasn't a moment to waste, I dodged the swinging boom and descended the companion stairs into the cabin. What I found was utter chaos. Every locked compartment had been ransacked in the search for the treasure map. The floor was caked in mud, likely from the pirates who had trekked through the marshes and then sat here to drink or scheme. The once white bulkheads were smeared with filthy handprints. Empty bottles clinked in every corner as the ship rolled. One of the doctor's medical books lay open, half its pages torn out, probably used for lighting pipes. Amid this wreckage, a smoky lamp still burned dimly, casting a dull brown light like a watercolor gone muddy. I checked the cellar, but every barrel was gone. Among the bottles that remained, most were empty. Clearly, none of the crew had seen sobriety since the mutiny began. Eventually, I found a bottle with a bit of brandy left for Hands. For myself, I managed to gather some hard biscuit, pickled fruit, raisins, and a wedge of cheese. Returning to the deck, I placed my food behind the rudder head, safely out of Hands' reach, then took a long drink from the water barrel. Only after that did I hand him the brandy. He must have downed a quarter pint before lowering the bottle from his lips. The relief on his face was instant. He acknowledged it with a grunt of satisfaction. I'd already sat down in my corner. Eating, I asked if he was badly hurt. He gave a noise somewhere between a grunt and a bark. He muttered that if the doctor were still aboard, he'd be mended in no time, but claimed misfortune always followed him. Then, gesturing toward the dead man in the red cap, he confirmed that the fellow was indeed finished, called him a poor excuse for a sailor, and then he asked how I'd come aboard. I told him plainly I was taking possession of the ship, and until further notice, he could consider me captain. He glared at me with distaste, but didn't argue. His face had regained a bit of color, but he still looked faint and unsteady. I added that I wouldn't tolerate the black pirate flag flying any longer. With his silent permission, I ran over, pulled down that cursed cloth, and flung it overboard. Lifting my cap, I declared my loyalty to the king, signaling the end of Captain Silver's rule. He watched me carefully, chin resting on his chest, eyes sharp despite his condition. Eventually, he suggested we talk. He knew I'd want to get ashore and hinted that he had something useful to offer. I agreed to listen while continuing my meal. He told me the dead man, O'Brien, an Irishman, had helped him rig the sails, intending to sail back. But now, with O'Brien gone, there was no one left to handle the schooner unless I accepted Hans' guidance. In exchange for food, drink, and something to bind his wound, he offered to teach me how to sail her. The deal sounded fair enough. I made it clear I wasn't returning to Captain Kidd's anchorage. My plan was to beach the ship quietly in North Inlet. He seemed pleased with that, even admitted he had no choice left. Said he'd help sail the ship all the way to Execution Dock, if that's what I wanted. So, we struck a bargain. Within minutes, the Hispaniola was cruising gently along the coastline of Treasure Island. I was hopeful we'd reach the North Point by noon and be able to beach the ship in North Inlet by high tide, waiting until the waters receded to go ashore. I lashed the tiller and went below to fetch a soft silk handkerchief of my mother's. Together, Hans and I managed to wrap the bleeding wound in his thigh. After a bit more food and another sip of brandy, he improved rapidly, sat straighter, spoke louder, and seemed altogether revived. The breeze was perfect. We skimmed across the water like a bird. The coastline passed quickly. First the high hills, then a stretch of sandy land scattered with pine shrubs, and finally the rocky point that marked the island's northern tip. I was thrilled by the sense of command, lifted by the bright sun and changing views of the coast. I had fresh water, food, and, despite my earlier guilt about abandoning my companions, I felt redeemed by the success of my venture. There was just one thing that unsettled me. Hans' eyes never left me. He watched me with a strange expression, a mix of pain, exhaustion, and something darker. His smile was twisted, haggard like that of an old man, and behind it, I sensed derision, maybe even betrayal. Whatever it was, I couldn't shake the feeling he was waiting for his chance. The wind had shifted just the way we hoped, now blowing in from the west. That made it easier to steer from the island's northeast corner to the mouth of the North Inlet. But there was a catch. We couldn't anchor, and we didn't dare beach the ship until the tide had risen further. So we were stuck waiting, with time dragging on. Following some instructions from the coxswain, I managed to set the ship in place after a few failed tries. Then we both sat in silence, sharing another meal. At one point, he brought up the idea of tossing O'Brien's body overboard. He claimed he wasn't one to care much, but the sight of the dead man lying there was bothering him. I told him plainly I wasn't strong enough, and besides, I wasn't willing to do that kind of work. As far as I was concerned, O'Brien could lie right where he was. The coxswain seemed lost in thought, muttering about how unlucky the Hispaniola had been. So many men had died aboard her. Since we first left Bristol, death had followed the ship like a shadow. Then he suddenly turned philosophical, asking me whether I believed a dead man stayed dead, or if maybe they came back. I replied that you can kill a body, sure, but not the spirit. I told him that O'Brien might be watching us, even now. That seemed to trouble him for a moment, though he quickly dismissed it. Spirits, he claimed, didn't matter much from what he'd seen. Still, he said, if I was speaking my mind, he'd take it kindly if I went below deck and fetch him a bottle of wine. Said the brandy was too strong for him, but I didn't buy that story for a second. It was clear he just wanted me off the deck. His eyes kept darting away from mine, looking at the sky or at O'Brien's body, never staying still. The fake smile, the twitching tongue, the guilty look. Even a child could have seen he was plotting something. But I didn't let on. I pretended to go along with it, asked if he preferred red or white, and when he didn't care, I said I'd bring him some port. With that, I made a big show of heading below deck, stomping loudly down the steps. But the moment I got to the cabin, I slipped off my shoes and crept through the gallery quietly. I climbed up to the foredeck and peered out through the companionway, completely silent. And there it was, the truth. The coxswain had crawled across the deck, pain clearly shooting through his leg. But he moved fast, dragging himself to the port side where he picked up a blood-stained dirk from a coil of rope. He tested the blade on his hand, then tucked it into his jacket and crawled back to where he'd been lying. Now I knew everything I needed. Israel Hand could still move, he was armed, and I was his target. What his next step would be, whether trying to reach his comrades on foot or firing the cannon to call them, I couldn't tell. But one thing was certain. Until we had beached the ship safely, he wouldn't risk killing me. In that shared goal, we were momentarily aligned. As I thought this through, I returned to the cabin, slipped my shoes back on, grabbed a bottle of wine at random, and made my way noisily back up to the deck. He was lying just as I had left him, eyes half closed like the light hurt him. He took the wine without hesitation, knocked off the top, and toasted with his usual luck. After a moment, he asked me to cut him a piece of tobacco, saying he had no knife and no strength left. He said it like it was his final request, and for a moment I wondered if he really believed he was dying. I told him if that's what he thought, he ought to pray, like a Christian. But he just looked at me and asked why. That struck me hard. I reminded him he had killed, lied, and betrayed, and there was a man lying dead right at his feet. If he needed a reason to pray, there it was. But he wasn't moved. He took another drink and calmly said that in 30 years of sailing, he had never seen good come out of being good. His motto was to strike first, because dead men don't fight back. That was the end of the conversation for him. And just like that, his tone changed again. He said the tide was high enough, and we should finish beaching the ship. We didn't have far to go, only 2 miles or so. But the passage was narrow and tricky, and the ship had to be handled just right. I followed his orders precisely, and he steered with the skill of a seasoned sailor. We maneuvered through the inlet, dodging the banks with smooth precision. As we passed the final headland, the inlet narrowed and closed in with thick woods. At the southern end, we saw the wreck of a massive 3-masted ship, rotting and half covered in seaweed and flowering bushes. A sad sight, but it told us that the water was calm. Hans pointed out a perfect spot to beach the Hispaniola, flat sand, surrounded by trees, and not a ripple in sight. He explained how we'd get the ship off later, using a rope and the tide. Then he called out commands, starboard, steady, larboard, until finally he shouted for me to luff the sails. I obeyed, and the ship swung sharply toward the shore. I was so focused on the navigation that I let my guard down. I leaned over the bulwarks, watching the water ahead. That's when I felt it. Something was off. Maybe I heard a creak. Maybe I caught a shadow. But I turned just in time. There he was, Israel Hands, crawling fast, dirk in hand, eyes blazing with fury. We both shouted. I jumped sideways, and the tiller I had let go swung hard and smacked him across the chest, stopping him cold. I used the moment to escape, sprinting across the deck to a spot near the mainmast. I pulled out my pistol, aimed, and fired, but nothing happened. The powder was wet. Useless. I cursed myself for not preparing better. Even with a wounded leg, he came after me like a beast, wild and red-faced. I couldn't run back. He trapped me near the bow just as before. I pressed my hands against the mast and readied myself for a deadly game of dodge. It reminded me of playing tag back home at Black Hill Cove, but never with stakes like these. We circled. He feinted. I dodged. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it. I was holding my own for now, but there was no escape that I could see. Then suddenly, the Hispaniola hit the sand. The ship groaned, shuddered, and tilted sharply to one side. Water rushed across the deck, and we were both thrown off our feet. I slammed into the coxswain's leg. He tumbled into the scuppers, tangled with the corpse of O'Brien. I got up first. The slanted deck made running impossible, but I acted without thinking. I scrambled up the mizzen shrouds, climbing hand over hand until I reached the crosstrees. I had only been saved because I was quick. The dirk had struck the spot just half a foot below me as I scrambled upward in a panic. When I dared to glance back, I saw Israel Hands frozen in place, mouth agape, staring up at me, like a statue sculpted from pure shock and defeat. Finally having a moment to myself, I didn't waste it. I immediately replaced the priming on my pistol, making it ready for use. To be extra sure, I started to unload the second pistol, intending to reload it fully from scratch. Hand seemed completely thrown off by my calm, new activity. He began to realize things weren't going his way. After a moment of hesitation, he grunted and started climbing into the shrouds too, the dirt clenched tightly between his teeth. His wounded leg dragged behind him with each painful heave, costing him countless groans and what felt like an eternity just to get a third of the way up. Meanwhile, I had quietly finished preparing both my weapons. Now armed with a pistol in each hand, I turned toward him with a surge of confidence. He froze at once. I could tell from the way his face twisted that he was trying to think, but the effort was so slow and strained, I couldn't help laughing out loud in my newfound sense of control. Eventually, after a few tense swallows, he began to speak. He had to remove the dagger from his mouth to do so, but otherwise, he stayed perfectly still. His face wore a deep look of confusion as he admitted, in a tone that felt oddly like surrender, that luck hadn't been on his side and he'd have to yield, even if it was bitter for a seasoned seaman like him to give in to a ship's boy. I was so caught up in his words, smiling smugly and full of pride, that I missed what was coming. Without warning, his right hand flew backward. Something cut through the air like an arrow. A heavy blow hit me, followed by a searing pain. I had been struck and pinned by the shoulder to the mast. In that moment of agony and shock, I can't even say it was by my own will, and I certainly wasn't aiming, but both of my pistols fired at once and flew from my hands. They didn't fall alone. With a strangled cry, the coxswain lost his grip on the rigging and plunged headfirst into the sea. Because the ship had tilted so far to one side, the masts were now hanging out over the water. From where I clung to the cross trees, there was nothing beneath me but the bay's surface, shimmering, green, and still. Israel Hands, who hadn't climbed as high as I had, was closer to the hull. When he fell, he dropped between me and the ship's bulwarks. I watched him surface once in a burst of blood and foam, then disappear again beneath the waves. As the water calmed, I could make out his lifeless body crumpled on the bright sand below, resting in the ship's shadow. A few curious fish zipped past him. Occasionally, ripples made it look like he might stir, but he was truly gone, killed by both shot and sea. Ironically, he had become food for the very fish in the spot where he had planned to end me. Once I was sure he was dead, a heavy wave of weakness swept over me. I felt sick and dizzy, trembling with fear. Warm blood was running down my chest and back, and where the dirk had pinned my shoulder to the mast, the pain flared like a hot brand. But those physical pains didn't overwhelm me. It was the mental horror, the thought of slipping from that height and falling into the water beside his corpse, that nearly undid me. I held tight to the mast with both hands, my nails digging in painfully, and shut my eyes, as if that might shut out the danger. Slowly, my heartbeat steadied, and I started to feel a little more like myself again. I wanted to pull the dirt from my shoulder, but it either stuck too firmly, or I lacked the nerve. I stopped trying with a violent shudder. Oddly enough, that very shudder freed me. The knife had barely pierced me at all, just catching my skin and clothing. That tremble tore it loose. Blood flowed faster now, but I had my freedom. Only my coat and shirt still clung to the mast. With a sharp tug, I ripped through the fabric and began my descent by the starboard shrouds. I wouldn't go near the port side again, shaken as I was, especially not after witnessing Israel's fall from those same ropes. Below deck, I tended to my wound as best I could. It throbbed and bled, but it wasn't deep or dangerous, and I found I could still move my arm without much trouble. With the ship now effectively mine, my thoughts turned to clearing away the last remains of what had happened, removing the dead body of O'Brien. As I had seen earlier, O'Brien's body was slumped against the bulwarks in a grotesque, lifeless pose. Human in size, but with nothing of life's color or grace left in him. I no longer felt fear of the dead. I had seen too much. So, treating him like a sack of grain, I hoisted him up and shoved him overboard. He hit the water with a loud splash. His red cap floated for a moment before drifting away, and soon, I could see him lying beside Israel under the water, both bodies gently swaying in the current. O'Brien, despite being young, was bald, and now his pale head rested awkwardly against the knees of the man who had killed him. Around them, the fish swam silently. Alone now on the ship, I noticed the tide was turning. The sun was close to setting, and the shadows from the pine trees on the western shore had begun to stretch across the anchorage. A light breeze stirred, whispering through the rigging, and the sails began to rattle softly. That's when I realized the ship was at risk. I quickly lowered the jibs and brought them down to the deck, but the mainsail was a trickier issue. Because of the tilt, the boom had swung outboard, with the sail's edge dragging in the water. It looked dangerous. I hesitated, fearing to make things worse, but finally pulled out my knife and cut the halyards. The sail's peak dropped at once, spreading like a great loose sheet across the water. I tugged at the downhaul, but it wouldn't budge, and that was all I could manage. The Hispaniola, for the moment, would have to depend on luck, just like me. By then, the anchorage was entirely in shadow. I remember the last sunlight flickering through a gap in the trees, glowing like jewels on the wreck's deck. The air turned chilly, the tide pulled away quickly, and the ship leaned harder on her side. I moved forward, peered over, and saw the water was shallow. Gripping the severed hawser for safety, I lowered myself gently into the bay. The water barely reached my waist. The sand beneath was solid and rippled, and I waded ashore, spirits high, leaving the ship on her side. The mainsail draped wide over the bay's surface. As I stepped on land, the sun disappeared, and the breeze whistled low among the restless pines. At last, I was off the sea, and not empty-handed. The Hispaniola was now ours again, clear of pirates and waiting for her rightful crew. All I could think of was getting back to the stockade, to share what I had done. I knew I might be scolded for slipping away, but surely the ship's recovery would outweigh that. Even Captain Smollett, I thought, would have to admit I had used my time well. With that in mind, and feeling proud, I began heading back toward the fort and my companions. I remembered that one of the small rivers feeding into the anchorage came from a two-peaked hill to my left. I steered toward it, hoping to cross the stream while it was still narrow. The forest there was fairly open, and as I followed the base of the hill, I soon reached the point where I had once met Ben Gunn. That made me cautious again. I moved carefully, alert in every direction. The evening was almost fully dark by then. When I reached the cleft between the two peaks, I noticed a flickering light against the sky. It looked like someone, presumably Ben Gunn, was cooking over a fire, but I wondered at his carelessness. If I could see it, then so might silver from his camp among the marshes. As the night deepened, it became harder to find my way. The hills behind me and Spyglass Hill to my right were barely visible, the stars faint. I stumbled often over bushes and into shallow pits of sand. Then, suddenly, the land around me lit up slightly. Looking up, I saw moonlight catch the summit of the spyglass. Soon after, I spotted the moon itself rising between the trees, its soft glow a welcome guide. With that light to help, I pushed forward more quickly, mixing walking and running, eager to reach the stockade. But as I neared it, I slowed down, moving more cautiously. I didn't want to be mistaken for an enemy and shot by my own people. The moonlight began breaking through the trees in patches. Then I noticed another kind of glow ahead, red and flickering, like a dying bonfire. I couldn't imagine why such a large fire had been lit. It wasn't like us to burn that much wood. We were always careful with supplies. I began to worry something had happened in my absence. I crept around the eastern end, sticking to the shadows, and crossed the palisade at a spot where the darkness was thickest. On hands and knees, I crept silently toward the blockhouse. As I got closer, I felt a wave of relief. Though the noise wasn't pleasant in itself, the loud snoring from inside sounded like music. It meant my friends were alive and peacefully asleep. That sound reassured me more than any sailor's cry of all's well. Still, one thing was certain. They were keeping a terrible watch. If Silver and his men had crept up instead of me, not one of them would have lived to see the morning. That was what came of having the captain wounded, and once again, I blamed myself for leaving them so vulnerable. At the doorway, I stood up. It was pitch black inside. I couldn't see a thing. All I could hear was the droning of snores and a strange tapping noise I couldn't place. Arms outstretched, I walked carefully inside, imagining how surprised they'd be to find me back in the morning. Then my foot bumped into something soft, someone's leg. They groaned but didn't wake. Suddenly, a sharp, shrill voice pierced the silence, repeating the same words over and over in a mechanical rhythm. It was Silver's parrot, Captain Flint. She had been pecking at bark and now, true to her nature, began her endless call. She had alerted the whole camp before I could even catch my breath. There was no time to react. The others woke immediately, startled. Silver's voice rang out with a curse, demanding to know who was there. I turned to run, slammed into one person, bounced off, and then ran straight into another, who grabbed me and held on tightly. Silver ordered someone named Dick to bring a torch. Moments later, one of the men returned with a flaming brand, and the full weight of my situation became clear. The moment the red flare of the torch illuminated the blockhouse, my worst fears came crashing down upon me. The pirates had taken over. Everything. The house, the supplies, even the cask of cognac lay open, along with the bread and pork. But what froze my soul was the utter absence of any prisoners. There was no sign, not even a trace. My heart sank with guilt and horror, thinking perhaps they had all been killed, and that I should have been with them. 6 of the buccaneers remained. One lay wounded, barely propped on his elbow, pale as death with blood seeping from a fresh bandage. I was certain he was the same man I had seen escape wounded during the earlier battle. The others, disheveled and groggy, had clearly just been roused from their drunken stupor. Perched like some devilish ornament on Long John's shoulder, the parrot preened her feathers. Silver himself looked grim and worn, his once fine clothes now tattered, mud-smeared, and torn. His usual bravado was there, but he seemed harder, colder somehow. They had backed me against the wall. My heart ached with dread, though I tried not to show it. I stood tall, eyes on Silver, masking the despair that churned inside. He began talking in his usual smooth, twisted way. He told me he'd always liked me, seen something of his younger self in me, and wished I had joined him. He spoke of Captain Smollett's strictness, how even the doctor had apparently turned against me. He claimed I was no longer welcome among my old companions and that, like it or not, I had to choose sides now. His side, despite the threats laced beneath his words. I took some comfort. My friends were still alive. Whether his story was the full truth or not, I knew they hadn't been killed. Silver continued, pretending to offer me a choice. He said I could join freely or not at all, and that he was done with threats. But his calm voice only masked the deadly ultimatum lurking beneath. My voice trembled as I spoke, my heart pounding with fear, but I managed to ask about my friends. What had happened? Why the pirates were here? One of the buccaneers growled a bitter remark, but Silver shut him down immediately. Then, in a strange shift of tone, he explained how Dr. Livesey had come under a flag of truce. The ship, he said, was gone, vanished while they sang and drank. He admitted they had made a deal. The doctor had traded everything, stores, liquor, and the blockhouse, for safe passage. But I was not part of that agreement. Silver made that painfully clear. What followed stirred a strange boldness in me. I didn't know if it was fear or fury, but I spoke up, loud, defiant. I confessed it all. I told them I had been the one to overhear their plans in the apple barrel, the one who cut their ship free, who ensured their men would never return. I had outwitted them from the start and felt no fear of them now. Whether they kill me or not, I had played my part. And if they spared me, I swore to speak on their behalf when the gallows loomed. For a moment, there was stunned silence. They just stared at me, slack-jawed like sheep. Then I pressed on, asking Silver, should I not survive, to let the doctor know how I'd faced the end. His response came with a strange tone I couldn't read. Was it respect or mockery? Just then, Morgan, one of the older pirates, burst out with anger, knife in hand. Silver erupted, roaring with authority. His threats were thunderous, his words soaked with years of blood and command. The crew hesitated. They murmured, grumbled, but no one dared challenge him. Not one. Silver reasserted his position with terrifying force, declaring himself captain by election and by strength. He warned them all. Any hand raised against me would face him first. And so, a heavy pause fell. I stood rigid, heart hammering, yet hope flickered again inside me. Silver remained still, his pipe in mouth, eyes watchful. The others drew away, murmuring among themselves in hushed tones. Though I felt their whispers like a tide behind me, their eyes were no longer on me, but on Silver. Finally, one of them stepped forward, asking for counsel, polite, formal, with mock salutes and apologies. One by one, they all filed out, leaving only Silver and me with the flickering torch. As soon as the last man stepped out, Silver leaned in close, speaking in a hushed voice that barely reached my ears. He said I was standing on the edge of death. Worse even, torture. The crew, he admitted, meant to betray him, but he had changed his mind. My boldness had struck something in him. He told me that he'd stand by me as long as I stood by him, and that was the bargain. Though it seemed impossible, though everything felt lost, he asked that I, in return, help him escape the noose. Bewildered as I was, I said I would do what I could. That was enough for him. Silver lit his pipe again and told me plainly. He was now with the squire's side. He knew I had hidden the ship somewhere safe. How I'd done it, he couldn't guess, but he believed in me now. He swore he'd ask no questions, and that he'd protect me from his own mutinous crew. He offered me a drink, which I refused, then took a stiff swig himself. As the brandy went down, he asked, half wondering aloud, why the doctor had given him the treasure map. I could only look back at him, stunned. He realized I had no answer either. He nodded slowly, face shadowed by doubt, bracing for whatever was to come. The council of the buccaneers dragged on for a while. Eventually, one of them stepped back into the house, making that same mockingly polite salute that, to me, always seemed laced with irony. He asked to borrow the torch just for a moment. Silver agreed without hesitation, and the man vanished again, leaving us surrounded by darkness. Silver's tone had grown oddly friendly by then. He remarked that a breeze was picking up. I turned to the nearest loophole and peered outside. The great fire they had built earlier had nearly burned itself down. Now only faint embers glowed, dim and low. It made sense now why they wanted the torch. Halfway down the slope to the stockade, I spotted a group of them huddled together. One held the torch, and another knelt in the middle of the circle. I saw a knife in his hand, the blade gleaming as it caught the moonlight and flickering torchlight. They were all bent forward, closely watching the one kneeling. I realized he held the book as well as the knife. I couldn't imagine how or why such an odd combination had fallen into their hands. Before I could make sense of it, the kneeling man stood up again, and the entire group began moving toward us. I quietly returned to my place. I didn't want them catching me watching. Silver, still calm, expressed no fear. He was confident. He even hinted he still had one last card to play. The door creaked open, and the 5 men appeared, tightly grouped. One of them was pushed forward, reluctantly at first, but then stepped ahead, holding his right hand closed tight in front of him. Silver welcomed him without malice, calling him forward a hand over what he had brought. The man passed it off to Silver, then quickly scurried back to the safety of his companions. Silver looked down at what he received. It was a black spot, but something about it shocked even him. The paper had been torn from a Bible. That fact alone disturbed several of the men. One of them even spoke up, warning that such an act would surely bring misfortune. Silver demanded to know who had done it. When Dick was named, Silver sarcastically remarked that Dick had seen his luck, and maybe even reached the end of it. Then, one of the other pirates, the man with the yellow eyes, cut in, reminding Silver that he was now officially deposed and should read the message written on the back. Silver acknowledged the point, commended the man's dedication to rules, and turned the paper over. The word deposed was written clearly. Silver jokingly asked if the neat handwriting belonged to the same man. He then asked for the torch again, complaining that his pipe wasn't drawing properly. But the mood shifted again when they demanded he step down and help vote for a new leader. Silver, holding his ground, replied coldly that he still knew the rules better than any of them. He wasn't about to give up his title. Not yet. He would stand and face their complaints first. The black spot, he said, meant nothing unless they followed proper order. They laid out their grievances, one by one. First, they accused him of ruining the voyage. Second, they claimed he let the enemy escape. Third, he'd stopped them from attacking during the march. And fourth, he was protecting me, the boy. Silver took a breath and began answering each charge with growing fury. He insisted that had they listened to him, they would have already taken the Hispaniola and the treasure. But it was they, Anderson, Hans, George Mary, who had ruined everything by turning against him. Silver's voice rose in intensity. He reminded them that their foolish rebellion had led them all closer to the gallows. He even mocked their backgrounds, suggesting they had no business at sea. Turning to my situation, Silver insisted I was valuable, a hostage, a bargaining chip. He refused to let me be harmed. He reminded the others of how they had begged him to negotiate for food and survival. He even pointed out how some of them had needed medical attention, ailments only the doctor could treat. And yes, a consort ship was on the way. If things turned worse, I might be the only hope they had left. Then came the final blow. He flung something to the floor, the map, the original chart I had once discovered, the one marked with red crosses. The pirates rushed to it like wild animals. They passed it around, nearly delirious with excitement. But then reality settled in. How would they escape with the treasure when they had no ship? Silver exploded again, blaming them for losing the schooner, cursing their lack of planning. He warned George specifically not to test his patience any further. One of the older pirates sided with Silver. It was clear to everyone now. Silver had lost a ship, yes, but he had found the treasure. That made him the better man. Silver then announced he was done. He resigned. Let them pick another captain if they wished. But instead, the men shouted in unison, calling for Silver, barbecue forever. They weren't ready to let him go. He mocked George Mary again, but didn't gloat. That wasn't his way, he said. As for the Bible page they had ruined, it no longer had any value. Dick nervously asked if it could still be used to swear oaths on. Silver laughed and said a Bible with missing pages didn't bind anyone to anything. Finally, Silver tossed the page to me. On one side was a verse from Revelation, stained black with ash. On the blank side was a single word, deposed. That strange little artifact still lies with me to this day, though only a faint scratch remains now. That night's business was over. We passed around a drink and settled down to sleep. Silver's only act of revenge was to make George Mary stand sentinel and threaten him with death if he failed. But I couldn't sleep. My mind raced with thoughts of the man I had killed that day, of the dangers around me, and of Silver's incredible balancing act. He was holding the pirates together with one hand, and with the other, clawing for any chance to save his own neck. He snored peacefully beside me, unaware, or perhaps uncaring, of the shadows creeping closer to his fate. And though he was a wicked man, I couldn't help but feel sorry for him. I remember the morning breaking with a voice that pulled us all from uneasy sleep. Even the sentinel, who had slumped against the doorpost, snapped alert at the sound calling from the woods. It was the doctor. My heart leapt with a familiar voice, yet guilt followed close behind. I couldn't forget how I had disobeyed and snuck off, and now, finding myself in such company, in such peril, I was too ashamed to meet his eyes. He'd come at first light, standing in the mist just like Silver once had. And Silver, wide awake and brimming with charm, welcomed him with a cheerful call, joking about early birds and medicine. He carried on so naturally, standing there with his crutch and hand resting on the log house, that it felt like the old John Silver again, smooth, confident, dangerous. The doctor crossed into the stockade, his tone shifting the moment he realized I was among them. He didn't hide his shock, though he quickly turned to his professional duties, checking the wounded pirates with no sign of fear, though surely he knew how close he walked to death. His calm seemed to settle the others, who treated him like he was still their ship's doctor. He joked with them, scolded them like children, and even dosed them with medicine as though it were a Sunday visit in a quiet home. His words had weight, cutting through their guilt without mercy, and he spoke of their foolishness for camping in a swamp. When he was done, he casually asked to speak with me, and though George Mary protested, Silver silenced him with a force that reminded everyone who still held command. Then, Silver turned to me, asking me for my word of honor not to escape, and I gave it willingly. As we walked slowly to the edge of the stockade, Silver's hand on my shoulder and the doctor waiting ahead, Silver pleaded for understanding. He reminded the doctor of how he had spared my life, how he'd paid the price for it, and how his fate now was tied to mine. Out there in the open, with his back to the pirates, he seemed a different man, tired, sincere, even afraid. He admitted his fear of the gallows and asked the doctor not to forget the good he'd done alongside the bad. Then he stepped away, letting me speak privately with the doctor. And when the doctor saw me, his voice turned sad and disappointed. He didn't scold harshly, but he told the truth, that I'd never have run off while Captain Smollett was well. I broke down. I told him that I had suffered enough, that I owed Silver my life, and that I wasn't afraid to die, but I was afraid of torture. I begged him to understand. He offered me a chance to escape, to run, but I refused. I give him my word. Instead, I confessed the truth, that I'd recovered the ship, that it was hidden at North Inlet. He listened in silence as I explained everything. When I finished, he called it fate. He said I'd saved everyone more than once by discovering the mutiny, by finding Ben Gunn, and that I had earned the right to be saved myself. He shouted for Silver and warned him not to rush to the treasure too quickly. Silver, still clever with words, claimed he was only trying to save our lives. But the doctor, still withholding the full truth, gave a promise. If we both survived, he would do all he could to save Silver, short of lying under oath. That lightened Silver's face more than any treasure could. The doctor's last advice was simple. Keep me close, call for help when needed, and trust that he would return. Then he shook my hand through the barrier, nodded once more, and vanished into the trees. When Silver and I were alone, he turned to me with a quiet sincerity. He said that if he had saved my life, then I had certainly saved his, and he would remember it. He had noticed, out of the corner of his eye, the doctor motioning for me to escape, and he had seen me refuse. That, he said, was the first moment of real hope he'd felt since their failed attack, and now he believed our only chance was to stick together, back to back, through the dangerous journey ahead. Just then, one of the men called us to breakfast. We gathered around the fire, sitting on the sand with biscuits and fried meat. The flames blazed hot enough to roast an ox, and the men had cooked far more than needed. Laughing carelessly, One of them tossed the leftovers in the fire. Their wastefulness shocked me. They lived only for the moment, unfit for any prolonged challenge, and yet confident as ever. Even Silver, always sharp and calculating, made no objection. Instead, he took advantage of the moment to flatter the men, calling himself their savior for thinking ahead. He spoke with confidence, admitting he didn't yet know where the ship was, but promising they'd find it after the treasure. He reminded them that those with boats held the upper hand. Between bites of bacon, he lifted their spirits, possibly his own as well. He said I was no longer a hostage, but now part of the group, a valuable piece in case of accidents. Once they had both the ship and the treasure, they'd sail away together, and I'd receive a share for my role. The men seemed cheerful again, but I felt dread. If Silver's plan worked, he'd abandon any loyalty to us in favor of fortune. Even if he did keep his word, I knew the danger we'd face when the pirates realized they'd been betrayed. A cripple and a boy against 5 armed men. What chance would we have? And all the while, I still didn't understand why the doctor and others had left the stockade or given up the map. That last warning, "Look out for squalls," rang ominously in my mind as we set out for the treasure. Anyone watching us would have seen a strange group, ragged sailors, most armed to the teeth, Silver bristling with weapons, and me, tied with a rope like a trained bear. Even the parrot on Silver's shoulder muttered nonsense as we trudged on. The others carried tools and supplies taken from our stores, proof of the bargain Silver had struck. Without that, they would have had little to live on. We made our way to the beach, where 2 battered boats awaited. Even these showed signs of neglect, and yet we piled in, splitting our numbers between them. As we rowed, they argued over the directions, each man picking his own tall tree from the distance. Silver, more cautious, told them to wait until they landed. We rowed steadily and reached a small river mouth, then began climbing toward the plateau. The ground was soft and tangled at first, but soon grew steep and rocky. The woods opened up, with fragrant trees and fresh breezes lifting our spirits slightly. Still roped to Silver, I helped him when the gravel shifted beneath his crutch, both of us lagging behind the others. We had climbed about half a mile when shouts rang out from the left. A man was crying out in terror. The others rushed toward him, guessing it couldn't be the treasure yet. When we arrived, we saw what he had found. A human skeleton, laid out beneath a tree, tangled in vines. Even the boldest among us fell silent. One of the men examined the worn clothes, declaring it seaman's cloth. Silver agreed. It wasn't likely a bishop had died there. But what chilled us more was the way the bones were arranged. The body lay unnaturally straight, arms raised above the head like a diver, feet pointing one way, hands the other. Silver, suddenly thoughtful, pulled out his compass and ordered a bearing to be taken. The skeleton pointed directly towards Skeleton Island, Yesi by E. And Silver, now sure it was a clue left by Flint himself, guessed that this had once been Allardyce, one of Flint's crew. The others recalled him, remembered debts and missing knives. Yet nothing, no knife, no coins remained. The unnatural tidiness of the scene unsettled them all. They muttered about ghosts and cursed spirits. Some had seen Flint die and still believed his soul might linger. They remembered his violent end, how he raged, screamed for rum, and sang 15 men until the very end. The memory of that song still haunted them. Silver, now eager to quiet their fears, dismissed the ghostly talk. He insisted Flint was dead and wouldn't walk, not by day at least. He urged them to move on toward the gold. Though the sun blazed above and it was still early, the mood had shifted. The men no longer ran ahead or shouted through the trees. They stayed close, speaking in whispers. The sight of Flint's cruel joke had cast a long shadow on their hearts. After the scare we had just experienced, and with Silver and the sick men needing a rest, We all sat down once we reached the ridge. The view from there was striking. On one side, we could see the white surf lining the Cape of the Woods, and on the other, the anchorage and Skeleton Island lay below us. Beyond that, the open eastern sea stretched far and wide. Towering above us loomed the Spyglass Hill, some parts dotted with pines, others dark with steep cliffs. The only sounds were the distant crashing of waves and the soft hum of insects. Not a soul in sight, just vast, open space that made our isolation feel even deeper. Silver used his compass to take a few bearings, pointing out some tall trees and what he believed was Spyglass Shoulder. He seemed confident that the treasure was within reach now. Some of the others weren't feeling well, especially Morgan, who was unnerved by thoughts of Flint. As they recalled Flint's death, their voices dropped lower until they were nearly whispering, each man haunted by memories and fear. Then, out of nowhere, from the trees ahead, a chilling voice sang the dreaded tune. 15 men on the dead man's chest, yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum. The men were shaken to the core. Faces turned pale, some jumped up, others clung to each other, and Morgan even dropped to the ground in fright. Everyone thought it was Flint's ghost. The singing stopped abruptly, like someone had silenced the voice mid-note. It had floated through the trees almost sweetly, but that only made it more eerie. Silver tried to stay calm, insisting it was a trick, just someone messing with us. But before anyone could recover, the same voice called out again, not singing this time, but wailing the name Darby McGraw, over and over, ending with a haunting demand, "Fetch half the rum, Darby." The men were frozen with fear. Dick started praying out loud, clutching his Bible. It was clear he was falling ill, possibly with the fever the doctor had warned about. But Silver wasn't ready to give up. He insisted that no one else knew about Darby McGraw except them, and swore he wouldn't be frightened away, not by man or ghost. He reminded them all of the fortune buried nearby, and how a true sailor wouldn't run from a dead man, no matter how feared he was in life. Even though his words were bold, the men remained hesitant, until someone suggested it might have been Ben Gunn pretending to be Flint. That thought seemed to lift their spirits. They dismissed Ben as harmless, and their fear began to fade. They picked up their tools and moved forward again, following Mary, who had the compass in hand. Dick, however, still clutched his Bible and looked around nervously, clearly shaken and growing sicker by the moment. We continued along the plateau, heading northwest. It was open terrain, sloping slightly downhill, and the sun beat down on us through scattered pine trees and bushes. Eventually, we came to the first of the tall trees Silver had mentioned, but it didn't match the bearings. The second tree wasn't right either. Finally, we reached the third, a towering giant with a thick red trunk and broad shadow. From sea, it could be seen clearly from both east and west. But what struck the others wasn't its size. It was the thought of what lay beneath it. The promise of gold fired up their spirits again. Their fear turned into greed. Eyes wide with anticipation, their pace quickened. Silver, hobbling on his crutch, cursed the heat and the flies, yanked the rope that connected us, and kept glancing at me with a dangerous look in his eyes. It was clear he had no intention of keeping his promise or the doctor's warning. In his mind, the treasure was already his. He planned to kill us all, take the ship, and escape with the riches. Despite my fear, I had to keep up. I stumbled more than once, and each time Silver yanked the rope sharply. Behind me, Dick was mumbling feverishly. His condition was worsening fast. And then, the worst feeling hit me. The thought of Flint, who had killed 6 of his own men right on this plateau. It felt as though the trees still echoed with their screams. Suddenly, the men ahead broke into a run. Mary shouted in excitement. Silver and I followed quickly. But then, everyone stopped. Before us was a large, half-collapsed hole in the ground, clearly dug long ago. scattered boards, some marked with the name Walrus, Flint's old ship, were all around. It was empty. The treasure was gone. What happened next was unlike anything I'd ever seen. The shock of discovering the empty treasure pit had struck all 6 of them like lightning, but not Silver. While the others stood frozen, devastated, Silver recovered in a heartbeat. His mind, once racing toward dreams of gold, now snapped into a new strategy without hesitation. With a quiet whisper, he handed me a double-barreled pistol and urged me to brace for what might come. Then, almost casually, he began moving to the north, placing the pit between us and the others. He gave me a quick nod, and I understood. We were standing at a dangerous crossroads. Despite his sudden friendliness, I was disturbed by how easily he changed sides. Still, there was no time to dwell on it. The others had started clawing at the earth, their hands frantically digging through the pit. One of them found a gold coin, a mere 2 guineas, and they passed it around with a wild, desperate energy. Fury soon turned towards Silver, blaming him for their failure. They shouted and threatened, accusing him of betrayal, and though Silver responded with mocking calm, it was clear the others had lost all trust in him. They climbed out of the pit, glaring, gathering together on the opposite side, leaving Silver and me standing alone. Tension hung in the air like a storm about to break. Just when it seemed an attack was imminent, 3 musket shots cracked from the trees. One of the mutineers fell headfirst into the pit. Another dropped lifeless at the edge. The rest turned and ran in panic. Silver didn't hesitate. He fired his pistol into the wounded man, as if finishing a grim task. Then the doctor, Gray, and Ben Gunn emerged from the shadows, their weapons still smoking. We didn't stop. There was still danger. The doctor ordered us to move fast and cut off the fleeing pirates before they could reach the boats. Silver, despite his worn-out body, forced himself to keep up. He leapt on his crutch with superhuman effort, determined not to be left behind. By the time we reached the hilltop, Silver was gasping, far behind. But the chase had become unnecessary. The pirates were running blindly, and we had already blocked their path to escape. So, we paused to catch our breath, and Silver finally rejoined us, wiping sweat from his face and trying to sound cheerful. Ben Gunn stood nearby, nervously introducing himself, clearly overwhelmed. Silver, still stunned by the betrayal, could hardly believe it was Ben who had outwitted them all. As we made our way back to the boats, the doctor explained everything. It was Ben who had found the treasure long ago, hidden in a cave on the northeast hill, and kept it safe for months. When the doctor learned this, he used it as a strategy, feeding false hope to the mutineers while secretly guarding the real prize. Ben had even used their superstitions against them, just enough to tip the balance. Silver, hearing it all, realized how close he'd come to being killed. He admitted that if I hadn't been there, the doctor might have left him behind without a second thought. Soon we reached the boats. The doctor destroyed one to prevent escape, and we rowed around the coast toward North Inlet. It was a long, grueling trip. Silver, exhausted, was still made to row with the rest of us. As we passed Ben Gunn's cave, we saw the squire standing guard with his musket. We waved and cheered, and even Silver joined in with surprising enthusiasm. To our astonishment, we spotted the Hispaniola gently drifting nearby. The tide had lifted her, and though she had some damage, she was still seaworthy. We anchored her safely and made our way back to Rum Cove, the nearest spot to Ben's treasure cave. Gray returned alone to guard the ship for the night. As we climbed the gentle slope toward the cave, the squire greeted us without scolding or praising me. But when Silver approached with his usual charm, the squire called him out bluntly, declaring him a villain, though agreeing not to press charges. Silver accepted the words politely, but the tension was obvious. Inside the cave, we found a vast, open chamber with clear spring water, and on the floor, neatly stacked, was the treasure we had risked so much to find. Gold coins, bars, and jewels glittered in the firelight. It had already cost the lives of 17 men from our ship. How many more had died gathering it? I couldn't say. Yet 3 men remained who had played a part in its dark history: Silver, Morgan, and Ben Gunn. The captain lay near the fire, resting but alert. He welcomed me with a kind remark, but made it clear we wouldn't sail together again. He asked Silver why he'd come, and Silver simply replied that he'd return to his duty. That night, surrounded by my companions, we shared a meal of salted goat, delicacies from the Hispaniola, and a bottle of wine. The mood was light, full of laughter and relief. Silver, though sitting quietly at the edge of the firelight, ate well and helped where he could. He even laughed with us, just another sailor, trying to stay in favor as always. The following morning, we wasted no time. Moving that massive treasure, nearly a mile across land to the beach, then another 3 miles by boat to the Hispaniola, was no small feat, especially with so few of us to manage it. As for the 3 men still hiding somewhere on the island, we didn't worry too much about them. A lone sentry posted on the hillside gave us enough security, and we figured those fellows had lost all appetite for more fighting. The work progressed steadily. Gray and Ben Gunn made trips back and forth in the boat, while the rest of us loaded treasure onto the shore in their absence. Just 2 of those heavy gold bars, slung in a rope, made for a load that a grown man could barely manage. As I wasn't much help with hauling, I stayed inside the cave all day, sorting and packing coins into old bread bags. The collection reminded me of Billy Bones' treasure, but this hoard was far larger and far more diverse. English, French, Spanish, and Portuguese coins, doubloons, guineas, moidores, sequins, pieces stamped with faces of kings and emperors from every European nation. There were strange Eastern coins too, etched with lines that looked like spider webs or tangled string. Some were round, some square, some even had holes punched through, perhaps meant to be worn around the neck. Every variety of money seemed to be there, like leaves in autumn. My back ached from all the bending and my fingers from the endless sorting. This routine continued for days. Each evening, we'd managed to store away a fortune, and yet another fortune waited the next day. During all this time, we heard nothing from the remaining mutineers. One evening, on the 3rd night, I believe the doctor and I were walking along the ridge where the hill overlooked the lowland. The night was dark and still when, carried by the wind, a faint sound reached us, something between wild singing and howling. It was only a brief echo before silence returned. The doctor murmured something under his breath, recognizing the voices of the mutineers. Silver was nearby and commented that they were likely drunk. Though he had been given freedom and constantly tried to appear helpful, no one truly trusted him. I suppose I had more reason than most to be wary of him, especially after seeing what he nearly did back on the plateau. Still, the doctor responded gruffly, not hiding his suspicion. Yet Silver, with his usual smooth tone, warned the doctor not to risk helping the others, claiming they couldn't be trusted and wouldn't even believe in his goodwill. That turned out to be the last we ever really heard of those 3. A distant gunshot once echoed from deep in the woods, likely a hunting attempt, but nothing more. Eventually, a decision was made to leave them behind. Ben Gunn was delighted, and Gray agreed without hesitation. We left them a fair supply: powder and shot, preserved meat, medicines, tools, clothing, even tobacco, everything needed for survival. With all the treasure stored and supplies taken on board, we finally weighed anchor one fine morning. The sails flew the same colors we had fought under back at the stockade, and we began our journey out of North Inlet. As we passed through a narrow channel near the southern tip, we spotted them, those 3 men, kneeling on a spit of sand, arms raised, pleading silently. It pained us all to see them in that pitiful state. The doctor called out, letting them know where supplies were left, but they only shouted our names, begging us not to abandon them. As the ship drifted farther, one of them, driven by desperation, fired his musket, the bullet sailing just over Silver's head and piercing the mainsail. After that, we stayed low behind the bulwarks. When I next looked, they were gone, swallowed by distance, and soon the island itself faded below the horizon. With so few crewmen left, everyone had a role to play, except for the captain, who remained in the stern, issuing orders from his mattress. Though he was stronger, he still needed rest. We set our course for the closest port in Spanish America. We couldn't risk sailing all the way home without more hands. The journey wasn't easy. Headwinds and storms wore us out, but at last we arrived, dropping anchor in a sheltered bay just as the sun went down. We were immediately surrounded by small boats, full of locals, some black, some native, some mixed. They smiled warmly, offering fresh fruits and vegetables, even diving for coins tossed from the deck. After everything we'd endured, that welcome felt like paradise. The doctor and squire took me ashore, and by night's end, they had befriended the captain of a British warship. He invited them aboard, and they had such an agreeable time that we returned just before dawn. Back on the Hispaniola, we found Ben Gunn waiting, and he had something to confess. Silver was gone. He had escaped during the night, using a shore boat. Ben claimed he helped him escape to protect the rest of us, believing that as long as Silver stayed aboard, we'd all be in danger. But that wasn't all. Silver had stolen a sack of coins, perhaps worth 300 or 400 guineas, slicing through a wall in the hold without anyone noticing. In truth, we were relieved. Losing a small part of the treasure felt like a fair price to be rid of him. We soon hired a few local sailors and set course for home. The Hispaniola finally reached Bristol, just as Mr. Blandley was beginning to prepare her sister ship. Only 5 of us who had started the journey returned. The rest had fallen, victims of greed, drink, or worse. As the old song says, of 75 who put to sea, only 1 came back alive. Each of us had our share of the treasure. Some spent it wisely, others did not. Captain Smollett retired. Gray saved his money, studied navigation, and now owns part of a ship with a family of his own. Ben Gunn burned through his fortune in less than 3 weeks and ended up as caretaker of a lodge, just as he had feared. He's still well-liked, though often teased by the local boys, and he sings at church every Sunday. As for Silver, we never heard from him again. That cunning sailor with 1 leg disappeared from my life, though I imagine he found his old companion, the black woman he once spoke of, and perhaps he's living comfortably somewhere with Captain Flint, the parrot, still perched on his shoulder. If so, I suppose that's the best ending he could hope for, because comfort in the next world is something he may never find. The rest of the silver and the weapons remain where Flint buried them. And for me, no treasure on earth could lure me back to that cursed island. Even now, in my worst dreams, I hear the waves crashing on its shores, and sometimes I wake in terror, hearing that parrot screech echoing in the night. Pieces of 8. Pieces of 8. And that was the tale of Treasure Island. A story not just of buried gold and pirate flags, but of courage, betrayal, and the journey of a boy who found his place in the world. Though the adventure ended, the memories remain, etched deep like waves on the shore. This unforgettable story came from the brilliant mind of Robert Louis Stevenson, a Scottish author whose imagination gave us timeless adventures. Though he battled illness throughout his life, his spirit never stopped sailing beyond the horizon. His words continue to inspire dreamers like you and me, even after more than 100 years. If this story moved you, even just a little, then I invite you to join our growing family of story lovers. Subscribe to Echoes of Stories for more timeless adventures told with heart. Drop a comment. Let me know your favorite moment, or the character you'll never forget. And don't forget to share this journey with someone who still believes in treasure maps and childhood wonder. Until next time, keep your heart open to stories, because sometimes the greatest treasures are the ones we carry within us.